and the South African Post Office. This is the continuation of the process of the committee dealing with the 2023 appropriation bill. So it's customary that we do invite certain departments to talk about their budgets, what has happened with the previous budgets, try to understand the challenges and see how can we all deal with the challenges that the department or the institution may be facing. So you are all welcome, members of the media, members of the public, and most importantly, the department and SAPO. Good morning, Minister Montle Kungubeli, Deputy Minister Filima Pulane, the leadership of the officials, DG, the Deputy Director Generals, everybody who's on the platform. You are most welcome. Looking forward to the engagement with your good selves. Darren, before we proceed with the business of the day, can I check whether we do have any apologies?
Chairperson, the only apology I received was from Ms. Ntlangwini, who indicated that she will join the meeting a little bit later. And that is in addition to Mashile. Thank you, Chair.
Let's note those apologies. Then let's go straight to the presentations. I will hand over to the minister and to the deputy minister. They will, together with the department and SAPO, they've got an hour to present to us. And then after that, the committee will engage with the presentations. They will respond to what would have been raised by the members of the committee. Then we'll go to the next agenda item. I think that's clear. Honorable Minister Kungumele, please come in. You'll decide how you deal with your delegation, who you delegate to do what. You'll only bring the meeting back to me at 3 minutes past 10 or earlier than that if you finished earlier. Thank you very much. You are welcome, Honorable Minister. DM. Darren?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. I'm not sure whether the minister has already joined. He was supposed to lead us this morning, Chairperson. I'm sure probably he's having some difficulties in joining. Can I just check with him?
Honorable DM, yes, we can give you 2 minutes to check with the minister, but we are happy again if you start the meeting. The minister will always join us if he wants to say something once he's in. But last 2 minutes, just check with the honorable minister, and then we'll take it from there.
All right, thank you very much, Chair.
Am I connected to this meeting? I see nothing.
Yes, you are, Honorable Nkwankwa. Good
Oh,
morning.
Sorry, morning conference. Morning, sorry, Chair.
No, we're just for a minute trying to get the minister connected. Seems there's a problem, but we'll be starting in a jiffy.
Good morning, Chair. I'm connected.
Okay. No, that's fine, Minister. Good morning. We are just starting, and the Deputy Minister requested that we give you a minute just to come in. So you are welcome. And I've said that you've got about an hour, both the department and SAPO, to make their presentations. You don't need to take the whole hour. And after that, Minister, you'll bring back the meeting to me, and then we'll take it from there, allowing the oral members to engage with the presentation. So the meeting is back to you, Minister. You are welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and all other relevant guests. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Minister. I was just checking.
I'm trying to open the video. Somebody has disabled it.
Yeah. Asiza abantu base South Africa bafuna ukubona, Minister. Uthi abathethi nesipoko. Let's try to get the video on. Thank you.
Okay.
IT, please help.
Well, can I proceed in the meantime, Chair?
Okay, please proceed.
It's okay. They will sort it out. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and for the opportunity to engage the committee on the appropriation matters. I am here with the Deputy Minister, Minister Mapulane, the DG and her team. I'm also with my advisory, SAPO, led by the chairperson of the board. We are going to, in the time you have given us, and I hope we'll be able to make use of that time as prescribed by ourselves, do both the department and SAPO. The detailed presentation of the department will be led by the acting DG, and the SAPO will lead theirs, and then we'll engage. But against that background, I thought it is important to share the following points with your committee. As per indulgence, Chair, we have to view that it is important that the department, based on what seems to be a huge task with regard to the future economy, that it be resourced differently, because the direction and the dispensation we are headed to, it's a digital dispensation. One of the very critical things is that to be a relevant trading partner in the future world, you must be properly connected, because those who you actually work with to sustain your country socio-economically and otherwise, they need to rely on you in the medium and long term as a dependable partner. And the digital economy, digital mode of communication has become very crucial. It goes hand in hand with the global warming. It also deals, Chair, with the issue of the just transition that seems to apply in the global warming, also applies in the digital economy. Because as we speak now, as ordinary historic roles that human beings play are disappearing. The new roles in millions that are actually beginning to emerge are digital roles, which means at a high rate, a lot of our people must be digitally literate and digitally skilled going forward so that they are employable. It's not as if the digital dispensation is doing away with human beings, but it is giving them role based on their digital enablement. There are a number of issues where we think this resourcing is also very important because we will be required going forward having repositioned the department, which is supposed to lead the digital transformation in the country on the area of strategy and regulatory framework. For this transformation is another area we think resource is critical. And again, to be able to have what we refer to as fit for purpose organizational structure, which is responsive to strategy and staff with the right capacity. And again, in the area of digital infrastructure, which is a key enabler of digital transformation, in this area, we will prioritize concluding the broadcasting digital migration program, providing support beyond the analog switch off, as well as the countrywide implementation of the national broadband policy, which we commonly refer to as SA Connect. I've already spoken, Chair, on the human capital development to power the digital economy. I want to repeat this by saying our program in this regard includes the cell phone repair technician training program, as well as a number of digital skilling programs, which we run in partnership with the NAMISA, one of our state-owned enterprises, supported by the other state-owned ICT in the ICT sector partners. And the massification of digital skills will require appropriate funding to train society. I've already spoken on this matter on how strategically significant if South Africa is to stay afloat as a trading partner, knowing very well South Africa at the level of its development, our bigger markets that actually keep us afloat economically is mainly based on international trade as compared to other advanced economies. In taking forward the recommendation of the Presidential Commission on 4IR, we will be focusing on 4IR platforms, amongst others, which will be adding to our artificial intelligence hubs, which we launched already in the Joburg, in the University of Joburg area and the TUT, and looking forward to launch 4 this year. Our funding for this purpose is, however, limited. In order to get to where we want, we need additional resources to expand into the areas of such as the Internet of Things, autonomous vehicles, cryptocurrency, normally referred to as Bitcoin. We are also looking at repositioning SETA, Honorable Chair, Post Bank at ZADNA to be the drivers of social inclusion, modernization, transformation, and financial inclusion. We also aim to process adequate policies and regulations to create an enabling environment for both transformation and competitiveness of the ICT sector. In this regard, we are working on rationalization of SOCs. BBI Centre are at an advanced stage of moving towards the creation of a single state digital infrastructure service company. Chair, we are in the process of establishing USASA and repositioning it, repositioning of the USAF to the Post Bank, because where there are opportunity to grow is in that sector and space. We are looking at the collaboration of our 3 regulators, your FPP, your ICASA, and ZADNA, so that they can be more impactful in regulating the sector and associated industries. This work includes supporting and repurposing SAPO as it remains a strategic partner of social services. I want to close by saying, Chair will remember the key words of the Presidential Commission on the 4IR, which actually really give us a picture and alert us to the huge challenge we're confronted with, where it says, as the commission was being put together, people from academia and other sectors, to ensure that we assist South Africans to navigate and understand and assume agency over a society which will, over a world which will be fundamentally altered. Fundamentally altered, meaning that it will be a digital world. So at the same time, the commission would have dealt with the situation of analyzing the current conditions pertaining in our country, and also taking into account what prospects our country does have in the 4IR. I'm deliberately raising these paragraphs just to restate the fact that having actually made sure that the salient socio-economic aspects of our country are also attended to as key areas that inform how we transform digitally. Then the presidential 4IR commission sort of restate the purpose of our task and actually explain it in a more elaborate way. And it informs even the nature of the digital strategy which we are actually working on, which must be complete so that it guides the entire ecosystem of various types of digital transformation. Having said that, Chair, it is against that background we're trying to say we would engage the committee on why do we think we need to be resourced. We accept that we've got a duty to demonstrate in putting in place before you a stronger business case. Having said that, Chair, I will request DG to run on the departmental side. DG.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister, and a very good morning to the Chair as well as the members of SCOA. Greetings also to the Deputy Minister, the chairs, as well as executives from both the department and from SAPO. Chair, I'm joined on the platform by the colleagues in the department. I have the CFO. I hope I am audible. The acting CFO in the department, as well as then the DGs responsible for the respective programs. If I can then take you through the presentation, I'm going to ask that the CFO will take us through the financials, and then I will then come back.
Thank you, DG. Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Good morning, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister. Good morning, Chairperson of SAPO, colleagues from DCDT, colleagues from SAPO and from Treasury. Good morning to all. Yeah, thanks, DG, for the opportunity. I'm going to go through the financials for the organization. In terms of the economic classification, Chair, let me just start by saying that we have started with a budget allocation of about 2.6 billion in the beginning of the financial year, and it went up to 5.3 billion at the end of the financial year. And that was mainly because of 211 million that was allocated to the department during the adjustment budget, of which 200 million was for the presidential employment stimulus, and that was allocated under goods and services. Then towards the end of the financial year, in fact on the 30th of March, Honorable President Ramaphosa signed the second adjustments appropriation budget for SAPO, or which allocated 2.4 billion to SAPO, Chair, and that amount does reflect under the expenditure of 5.2 billion, although the funds were not yet released to SAPO because of the preconditions. And I'm sure DG will explain, the issue of SAPO later in the presentation together with SAPO colleagues. But on high level, Chairperson, compensation of employees, we have spent 85% of the total budget allocation. And that was because of the merger that happened between the former Department of Communications as well as the Department of Telecom and Postal Services. The establishment or the structure is not yet approved, and there was also that moratorium placed on the filling of posts, which has now been lifted by our Honourable Minister. In terms of goods and services, we have spent 91% of the total budget allocation. And the main reason for the saving, Chair, was because of the saving that was realized on the transport, because of the department mostly making use of the online platform to meet, which actually then contributed to the reduced cost in traveling. Under transfers and subsidies, we have paid out 100% of the money that was allocated. If I quickly dissect the transfer and subsidies, there's 26,000, my apology, that was allocated for provincial and local government. That is mainly for our vehicle licenses. Department agencies, which mainly consist of SAPO, ICASA, SABC, we have actually paid out all the 100% of the allocation. Public corporations, we have spent 100%, and that is where the SABC features. Under the foreign government and international organizations, there was a 2.9 million saving, and that was because of the fluctuation in the exchange rates. So when we budgeted, we over budgeted a bit, and then the exchange rate came down, and that was the reason for the saving. Under household, Chair, this is where the money lies for people who have exited the department. And that is mainly leave gratuity, pro rata bonus, etc. Then under payment for capital assets, we have spent 73% of the budget. Pardon me, there is a 27% saving, and that was mainly because of the delayed invoices from SITA with regard to the network that we have upgraded. Chair, and then lastly, at the bottom of the slide, there is that 2.4 billion that I have already alluded to. It is money that was appropriated in the second adjustments budget or second appropriations budget, and that money was to the post office and not yet paid out to post office. But it does reflect as an expenditure because we had to cancel the payment so that it reflects in the 22-23 financial year. Justice, if you can go to the next slide, please. Justice, if you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, Chair, let me continue. I'm sure the slide will change now. In terms of the expenditure per program, under program 1, which is the administration branch, we have spent 80% of the total budget. Under program 2 and program 4, we have spent 100% of the budget allocation, and mainly because of the transfers to the foreign companies or foreign institutions and our entities. Then under program 5, we have spent 98%, and program 5 is the program that is hosting the SA Connect and also the BDM project. And then under program 6, we have spent 70% of the budget. Chair, overall, we haven't done that bad. We have spent 98% of the budget, which means that only 2% was not spent, and that 2% is that 108,920,000. Justice, if you can move to slide 6. Thank you, Justice. Chair, on this slide, we are explaining, the monitoring mechanism that we have in place to prevent over and under expenditure. And as a department, we have established a budget advisory committee that is fully functional. And this committee meets on a quarterly basis to look at the expenditure versus the budget, and we make sure that we are in line with the spending. Then also we have developed a procurement plan in the beginning of the year that was provided to Treasury by the 31st of March. Chair, and this plan actually highlights the biggest spending for the year that exceeds 1 million rand. And of course, this is then monitored together with the budget spent on a quarterly basis. Also on a monthly basis, there is those financial reports that are presented to the management committee and also the executive committee. And that is a standing item on the agenda where we then provide a rundown on the financial performance of the organization. And when we present to these platforms, we present it per economic classification and per program. And we also then highlight, the challenges that we have during the year. All submissions that are going through for approval that has a financial implication will come through the office of the CFO so that it is vetted to make sure that the budget is available before we spend it, to also avoid irregular expenditure and avoiding over and under expenditure on the budget. And then also in terms of Section 40 of the PFMA, we do adhere to the requirement of reporting to National Treasury and to the Minister by the 15th of the following month, and also the projections then for the remaining period of the year. If you can go to the next slide, Justice. Thank you. This is the last slide. Chair, this is the budget for the 23-24 financial year. We have been allocated a budget of 3.5 billion, and we have allocated 302 million towards compensation of employees, 1.5 billion to goods and services. And I must indicate at this juncture that there was an additional 1.1 billion that was allocated towards the SA Connect project. So 1.3 billion of the 1.5 billion belongs to SA Connect. It's the 1.1 additional and then the 200 that was on the budget already. And I'm sure my colleagues will speak to that in their presentation as to the plans on the SA Connect. Then on transfers and subsidies, Chairperson, there's 1.6 billion allocated. This is mainly for our state-owned entities like your ICASA, which is the biggest spender, is ICASA, the Post Office and SABC. Included in the SABC grant, there is an additional 35 million that was allocated to the SABC for the broadcasting of the 2024 general elections. Then under payment for capital assets, we have allocated 10.8 million there. And that will then be my presentation. Thanks very much, Chair. I'm handing back to you, DG.
Thank you very much, CFO. If we can then move. Chair, maybe I'll quickly take then score through our priority projects. Just want to indicate that the first one is the SA Connect phase 2. This is one of our Apex project where it talks about 100% broadband access for communities as well as government facilities. This is a very critical project for us. We have now devised a 3-tier approach where the mobile operators, through the spectrum that they've received, they will ensure the connectivity to government institutions as well as the public institutions. Equally, then the BBI as well as Centec will ensure the Wi-Fi connectivity to communities and working with the SMMEs. And then lastly, CETA is going to ensure the sustainability of these sites. For the 2023, this financial year, we entail to empower about 75 SMMEs in order for them to participate. As you know,
Hello. Can everybody mute, please? Can everybody mute, please, so that we don't disturb the speaker? Please continue, DG.
Thank you, Chair. And for this financial year, we'll be rolling out the project in 16 districts. I just want to also indicate that this project is also supported, if we can then move to the next slide, by the Broadband Access Fund, where we've received 200 million from the Presidential Employment Stimulus. And this was also ensuring that we basically provide connectivity to homes as well as to the Wi-Fi hotspots. And in this regard, we'll be rolling out this project in Limpopo, Eastern Cape, Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, Northern Cape, as well as Northwest. Then we would be moving to the next project in supporting of building a digital economy in South Africa. For this, we've been allocated 3 million to digitize government. We want to ensure that there's a singular view of the citizen as far as government services are concerned to make this more efficient. And in this regard, we will be rolling out the e-government portal that will then unload all your frontline government services onto the e-government portal. Next slide, please. As far as then the other project of SOC rationalization, whilst there has been no budget that has been allocated, we will continue with our program in as far as concluding the acquisition of BBI by Centec in this financial year. We will also be working on a model for the 3 regulators within our sector to collaborate and work, and we will therefore be issuing policy directive. And as far as the licensing of the Post Bank, we would like to thank the members of Parliament as they conclude on the amendment or approving the amendments to the Post Bank Act. We will then proceed, once it has been passed by Parliament, to gazette this and to sign it into law. And we will then assist the Post Bank in its application for registration under the Bank Controlling Company with the South African Reserve Bank. And we will also then assist with the final approval of the strategy for the State Bank, which we're hoping to see this by September this year. The intent is to position the Post Bank as the State Bank. And then on the stabilization of SAPO, there is going to be a presentation, a separate presentation that will be made. However, as a department, is for us to assist SAPO in its turnaround and in the implementation of SAPO, supporting the Post Office of Tomorrow strategy. In this regard, we appreciate the 2.4 billion that has been allocated to SAPO. And as a department, we will then be monitoring this implementation. With regards to the Digital South Africa Blueprint, this is then the National Digital Economy Strategy. 1.2 million has been allocated for us in terms of the development of the digital economy framework as well as then the strategy. Next slide, please. Under the implementation of the 4IR, which the minister spoke about, there are critical programs that we will be rolling out. Amongst them is then the launch of the AI centers across the country, focusing specifically in the universities that are in the rural areas. And this is also to encourage the uptake and usage, but also to ensure that the technologies that we come up with is responsive to the communities. In this regard, the 4IR program has been allocated 32 million plus the 7 million from the sub-program. Then this basically would be in total 39 million. Whilst we indicate in this that it is sufficient, but we will, as far as the launch of the AI Institute, be working with other partners in order then to supplement. And then with regards to, as you know, South Africa is chairing BRICS this year. Chair, in this regard, we've set aside 1.5 million for the BRICS program. In the main, we want to ensure that South Africa builds strategic partners with BRICS partners, but also to ensure that our SMMEs are able, therefore, to showcase their capabilities and also creating a platform for them to sell their products to the BRICS countries. And then in terms of the stabilization of the department portfolio, we will continue with that particular program. Chair, if I may then move quickly with regards to the next couple of slides, because they explain or expand in terms of the work that we're doing, I would like to move to slide number 14 under the implications of budget allocations and reduction. Thank you. And I would like to focus focus on the regulatory and institutions. Just to highlight that under the regulatory reform, we've been allocated 1.8, and this will look at developing a working model for the 3 regulators. This is to ensure that the regulators respond to the digital economy as well as the transformation, in order to ensure that we look at holistically the issues related to electronic communications, internet governance, as well as the content in terms of online and offline, that we address the regulatory barriers holistically and then come up with regulatory interventions. We will be undertaking and benchmarking with other countries. I just want to indicate that there has been budget cuts in this area. So we only have 1.8 over the financial period, and we're hoping therefore that we will be able to do this work. We then move to the next program under implications of the budget delivery 4. We have the budget appropriated under regulatory institutions for program 4, Chair, contains an additional amount of 300 million last year. However, this year there has been cuts. The decline in the baseline allocation will therefore not have an impact on the normal regulatory activities as well as service delivery within the mandate of the regulator. However, the regulator has requested additional funding in as far as for them to monitor the social obligations that have been imposed by the operators, and we are looking at the best mechanisms in order for us to capacitate them. The SOC branch, next slide please. The state-owned entity governance and support program, under the financial period, it has been revised down to 3.9 million. And the negative average growth of 7.9 over the medium term is driven by the declined expenditure in the COE as well as goods and services in this program. The decline in the growth will have an adverse impact in providing effective oversight functioning to the entities. So you know that the department has 11 entities under the portfolio, and the capacity, and this will then constrain us in terms of effective monitoring of those entities. The next slide basically looks at then the adjusted appropriation and the impact. And as we then move to the next slide thereafter, just then to look in terms of the other program that has also had cuts, and this is the broadcasting digital migration. The allocation for the BDM program has been reduced by 59 million, Chair, over the MTF. I do know that we're supposed to have concluded on this project. However, there are areas where we still have to clean up and ramp up. And the funding for this is very important to ensure that all households receive the necessary device if then they do qualify. Secondly, Centec is currently still doing the dual illumination, and we therefore need to make sure that they have then the necessary resources for that. The minister will therefore be making an announcement soon on this project. With regards to SA Connect, the next slide, if we may. Now I'd like to focus on our contribution with regards to reconstruction and recovery as I conclude the presentation, Chair. Just as I indicated that the SA Connect project is very key in as far as economic recovery program. We've seen that the outcomes of the spectrum that saw 14 billion injected into the fiscus, for us then to ensure effective implementation in as far as the licensing as well as social obligations, ICASA will need additional funding, both in terms of human capital under the COE, as well as goods and services to efficiently execute this project. If we then move to, on the broad-based Black economic empowerment, just to highlight, Chair, the contribution that this sector makes to the economy, once again, especially also ensuring that we meet BEE standards as far as transformation. Under telecommunications procurement spend, 84.69%, a total of which is 140 billion, was then spent in 2022. Equally, for the broadcasting sector, a total of 1.6 billion was then spent on suppliers that will then support the BBBE rating. And then under postal, 47.5 million was then also spent in as far as then the sector. And we really want to thank the sector players in as far as their contribution to the economy, as well as then empowerment and transformation. If we then move to the last slide, as we then look at the impediments in as far as us achieving, the first one is as we're completing the migration, we are working with all partners as well as stakeholders, critical stakeholders in the analog switch off to ensure that the country is finally able to switch off analog broadcasting, analog signal, and that we will then ensure that we complete this project. However, we are looking at mitigating the risk in as far as compliance with both the Constitutional Court as well as all the obligations that we have. With regards to the ECA, one of the key programs that we're trying to do is to reduce the cost of communication in our country. And in this regard, we have an ECA bill that will be going out for public comments and inputs, intended to ensure the cost of communication is reduced, as well as economic transformation in the country. So for this regard, we do know that obviously this may be encountered with certain concerns from other players, but we're intending also then to mitigate those. Under social obligations, Chair, I did indicate that, and we're working with the CASA to ensure that the social obligations are also implemented. And then with regards to the allocation of 5G spectrum, we are intending to ensure that the next generation spectrum policy ensures transformation, ensures the new players are able to participate in this regard. And we want to fast track, therefore, the finalization of this policy. And then as far as the SOC rationalization, the only challenge that we have is to make sure that we're able to table the bills within Parliament within a reasonable time in order then for Parliament to deal with it. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Please. Thank you, DG. I had to stop you there because we are encroaching on SAPO's time. Can you hear me, Honorable Chair?
Very well, thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Quickly, we don't want to waste SAPO's time, but up front, I want to say, Honorable Chair, it's a public knowledge now that SAPO is going to sort a list of challenges and based on their financial position. It's also a public knowledge that it's been provisionally liquidated, it's under provisional liquidation. Return date being the 1st of June. We are then working on a series of options, and in a very delicate way, because we need to make sure that whatever way forward we come to, having presented to the cabinet, will also enjoy the support of the creditors. And the bigger picture being every attempt to make sure that SAPO doesn't go under. So as we all know, Chair, that SAPO does work with no less than 700 SMMEs, and being a conduit or a channel to pay no less than 6.9 million social grantees. And over and above that, we will show you the analysis of creditors. I thought up front, I need to say that a lot of details with regard to the way forward is a matter that we are going to engage the creditors. It's a matter I would implore you, Honorable Chair, that because of the sensitivity of the matter, those details come out once we have found one another with the creditors, because we want to do everything and undermine any development that will actually make it, that will create unnecessary jittery with regard to the creditors I want the chair to lead. You've got not a lot of time. You've got 13 minutes to go through the analysis of the finances of SAPO. And then probably we start engaging the committee, the chairperson of the board.
Honorable Minister, we are about 13 minutes to 10 o'clock. I think let's say maximum chairperson of the board, minister, we can give you up to 10:15 so that.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the committee. Good morning, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, DG of the department. A presentation has been prepared to take us through the financial situation with also an indication of how this very welcome allocation will the contribution that it will make. I will not be long in my introductions, except to call at this stage upon the CEO to lead the team on the presentation prepared. Thank you very much. CEO, are you making your moves? If maybe CEO for some reason is having a difficulty, CFO, can you just attend to the presentation with your team members?
Good morning, everybody. All protocols observed. I would like to now hand over to Kier Spate, who will take us through the SAPO's presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. If I may request that I be granted the right to share my screen, please. I'd like to take the committee through the presentation itself. Thank you. Apologies, I'll just get to that. Put it onto presentation mode. Thank you very much. My name is Geert Bataille. I am the Acting Group Executive at the South African Post Office for AG. We have prepared a presentation as requested. As you will note, there are a number of issues that we will discuss. We've prepared the content sheets. Necessary, we look at the preliminary income statement, creditors, the utilization.
CEO, we still don't see the presentation. Just open it because I can see it's somewhere there. Just open it. Still not opened on our side.
Okay, let me try again, Chair.
Yeah, there you go. You have
okay,
it. Yeah.
Great, perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we've prepared a presentation. There's a number of issues that we would like to discuss. That was prepared in line with the requirements as we had received from the standing committee. If I can just quickly take you through to the income statement. I'm having some technology challenges. Currently, the financial statement or the income statement that we've prepared is a preliminary statement. So necessarily, we are busy with the year-end audit. The AG has started their work some time ago already. So these are preliminary numbers. But if we can look just at the revenue that we have, so the green is the budget for the 22-23 financial year. The blue is the prior year, so that would have been the 21-22, and then the red is the actual attainment. So where we had a budget of 4.8 billion rands worth of revenue, we only generated 2.6 billion rand, which was a 2.3 billion rand decline or performance below budget. But when we look at and what is of real concern is when one looks at the comparison to the prior year performance. Now there we've had a 26% reduction. So the prior year we performed 3.5 billion rand, and we generated only 2.6 billion rand for the 22-23 financial year. The next few bars that you will see there are the expenses. Now, the budget that we had was 6.7 billion rand. We came in at 5.113 billion rand. So we performed well in terms of the expenses. Necessarily, these cost savings, if we can call it that, these are not all sustainable cost savings. Given our financial position, there are many expenses that we did not incur, specifically on the capital expenditure side. So whilst we may have performed well in terms of cost containment, it's not a sustainable situation. Given that 70% of our staff cost, of our cost, is paid towards staff expense. So the staff cost for the financial year was 3.6 billion rand. But then when one looks at the revenue that we generated only 2.6. So there's R1 billion shortfall just on the revenue that we've generated to be able to just pay the salary. So currently, the staff cost comprises 70% of all our costs. That is not a sustainable situation. The non-operating items, those relate to the subsidy that we received for the provision of the universal service obligation. Then if one then looks at the net loss position. Now, the blue, as we've indicated, was the prior year performance. In the prior year, we generated a loss of just off 2.2 billion rand. If one looks at what we now, situation currently, it's 2.056 billion rand. So there is a slight improvement in the loss position. Again, but when one looks at the net loss position that we had projected was the 1.384 billion rand. Now, the projections that we had done for the 22-23 financial year were based on the implementation of the Post Office of Tomorrow strategy. And that is also one of the reasons we are here to present our strategies, to give an understanding to the committee of what we're intending. But again, as I've indicated, the understanding was that the funding would have been available to implement the strategy. Now, the initial work on the strategy we commenced as far back as in October 21. And as yet, the funding, as indicated, has been received by the department. However, given the problems that we are now having with provisional liquidation, those funds have not yet been received. If one then looks at the creditors as 31 March 2023, we will see that we've divided those into trade creditors, accruals, statutory creditors, which comprise SARS, the retirement fund, Medipost medical aid, UIF, and then other. Delivery agents who perform delivery services for the post office in rural areas where we do not necessarily have the capacity or the capability. Then we look at rentals, rental accruals, municipalities, then salary debt, and then VSP payments. We've commenced with a voluntary severance program some time ago, and to date we have just over 2,000 people who have opted for the voluntary severance program, where then these payments are not affected as a one-off. It's paid off over a period of time. So if one then looks in Q1 in June 20, our total liabilities were sitting at 1.407 billion. These now have escalated over the 3 financial years to a position where we are looking at 4.9 billion rands worth of creditors. Now, this excludes the 3.9 billion rand that is owed to the Post Bank. And we are sitting in a situation where our liabilities far exceed our assets. If one then looks at the financial challenges that we are currently experiencing, now the major one which we are sitting with and which the Minister has addressed and which we have been working very closely with the department and his advisors to resolve is necessarily the provisional liquidation which has been granted. And then as indicated by the Minister, there is the return date of 1 June, by which time we need to have resolved this matter. But then also is if we can call it that, the historical debt and the increasing creditor liabilities. Our revenue lines have been not sufficient to cater for our expenses, with the effect that we have not been able to settle all our creditors, necessarily with the increasing in the creditor liabilities. Also, we have decreasing revenue lines, as we've indicated. There was a substantial decrease from the prior year to the 22-23 financial year. So we are necessarily experiencing decreasing revenue lines, and necessarily what we are finding is the press or the the press that is surrounding this provisional liquidation order that has been granted has also negatively affected our current revenue lines. So where we have done projections for the 23-24 financial year, we have now had to adjust those even further to take into account the position that we're finding ourselves in. So as indicated, our revenues is insufficient to even cover our staff expense, as we indicated in the previous slide. There have been some requests, or numerous requests for funding have been submitted, however not supported. Now, as indicated, we, as far back as October 2021, with the assistance of the previous Minister of Communications and then the DM, Mr. Philip Mapulane, had compiled the turnaround strategy, which we call the Post Office of Tomorrow strategy. But as at that point, we were informed that funding was coming, funding was being made available. But as we've now indicated, the funding has only recently been made available to the department, which necessarily has delayed the implementation of this strategy. And necessarily our key performance indicators have been based on the implementation of that strategy. So I will take you through that, and we'll see that we have not performed in terms of our key performance indicators. Now, necessarily with no revenues being available, and necessarily with our expenses by far exceeding our revenues, has been the lack of capital expenditure. There's a substantial amount of capital expenditure that we need to do in terms of our hardware, IT software, and necessarily in our branch, and then vehicles. But we will get that in terms of the next slide. We will speak to the operational challenges we are facing. Now, necessarily also, the post office is fulfilling the USO mandate, but with the understanding that there is a reserve market, which is the below 1 kilogram parcels and letters. However, we have found that enforcement of that regulation has been weak, if non-existent. Also, in terms of the postal regulations and the postal product pricing model, in terms of ICASA, we are only able to do the price adjustments once a year, and necessarily with the fluctuations in the petrol price and the fluctuations and a number of input costs that we have, we are often not able to predict adequately the price that we would have to charge. And necessarily what we are then finding is that there's a continual under recovery of costs. Now, we've also indicated that whilst we were doing the SASA project, there was a substantial under recovery of costs, specifically on the cash pay points, where there was the understanding that there would be a certain level of beneficiaries coming to these cash pay points. Either these cash pay points, the individuals did not materialize at these cash pay points, and there were necessarily certain levels of fixed costs that we need to incur. So in terms of the SASA, there was an under recovery of costs, but specifically on the SRD during the COVID pandemic, we were providing the SRD payments on behalf of the department. There was a substantial under recovery in terms of that it would have cost us about 30 Rand to provide a payment, but we were being paid 15 Rand. Now, there was also the knock-on effect of the queues outside the post office, where the persons that would not necessarily come do their transactions, and specifically the motor vehicle license renewals, we've seen the advent in the growth of the online ALs now as a result of a number of factors, but we would like to think, or not, we assume that this is also related to the SRD, because where these individuals would normally come and transact at the post office due to the queues, they then migrated elsewhere, and we have seen that these transactions and these customers have not come back yet. Now, necessarily the separation of the post bank without compensation, that has really affected the post office considerably, in view of the fact that the post office has built the post bank with its capital investments over a number of years, and necessarily the post bank, the removal of that from our financial statements, has severely impacted our going concern state position. At the same time, we are seeing that, and we are not saying that because we are a state-owned entity that we are entitled or we are due to receive government business. But what we are seeing is that there is very low levels of government business. We are seeing that the government would rather contract with private entities as opposed to the post office. And as indicated previously, we are required to fulfill the minimum delivery standards. However, if we are to receive more government business, the funding that is available within the government ecosystem will remain within the government ecosystem. In terms of
Sorry, Geert.
operational challenges.
Sorry, Geert.
Yes, Chair.
Geert, can I just quickly jump into your mouth there? I've looked at these slides and I'm mindful of the time. I wonder if maybe we can wrap up this part of our presentation in 5 minutes to allow for that 10:15 deadline that we have for the support discussion.
Noted, Chair,
So
will do.
if you're able,
In
just
terms-
to hurry up here, thanks.
Will do, Chair. Necessarily, we have our delivery fleet, which has really been removed at this point in time. So, which delivery standards. We have the closure of branches, deferred payment of rentals. As we've indicated, there's the lack of capital investment.
Colleagues, this is thank you
Sorry.
very much for joining us on this today.
Sorry. I'm not sure. Are you addressing us? You're not very clear, but I wanted to say let everybody else mute
Quiet.
and allow the presenter to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Necessarily low levels of capital investment. We have aging branch infrastructure. Our data center, which is R7 Church, is in urgent need of upgrading. We have outdated IT software and hardware, lack of tools of trade across the organization. Security infrastructure, we need to upgrade that. There have been losses which are uninsured, and necessarily resulting in all of this is the low levels of morale. With regards to the 2.4 billion utilization.
Sorry, Chair, ask the minister to mute. The minister is the one who's making us to have an echo here. Chair.
Yes.
I'm muted.
Okay. Honorable Minister, can you check?
No, I'm closing to Chair.
We are the culprit.
Okay. Volunteer,
Valinto yakho. Okay, please continue.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the 2.4 billion rand funding that was allocated, and we will take you through the strategy a little later, we've allocated an amount of 100 million for the trust center, which really relates to the authentication authority that we want to reestablish. Then in terms of that, we have 300 million allocated towards the business digital hubs and the modernizing of our branches and our mail centers. A key focus of our strategy is necessary logistics, and we've allowed an amount of 400 million for the logistics modernization. We have spoken about our points of sale and our hardware and our software. We've allowed 200 million rand there. Then obviously there is the high staff cost component, and then the establishment of the employee-owned companies. We've budgeted an amount of 700 million there. And then in terms of the settlement of creditor liabilities, we've allowed an amount of 700 million there, which gives us a total funding of 2.4 billion rand. Now, in terms of the discussions that we are currently having with departments, there might be a reallocation of the funding
there's a gadget which is not muted. Again, let's guard our gadgets. Please continue, CEO.
Thank you, Chair. What we've just quickly done is a financial trend analysis, and we'll see that the decline in the post office revenue began as far back as 2006. So there have been certain ups and certain downs, and we've looked at certain points, what was the triggers to the decline in revenue. So if one looks at point 1, which is about 2009, was the economic recession and the smartphone adoption. So that was the technology changes. In 2013 to 2014 was our labor unrest, which lasted about 5 months, and then necessarily we had to absorb in total 8,101 employees into the workforce of the post office. 2015 we went under administration, and there was a slight improvement there. Then what has been characterized by the post office to date has been a leadership instability. Necessarily there's been changes and lack of vision, lack of direction. Obviously we went back into financial distress, we went into COVID-19, and that was necessarily viewed, and there was the accelerated digital adoption. One of these is now necessarily these Zoom meetings that we conduct. which then obviates the need for physical meetings. And then if one looks at the point 6, in point 5, we saw the previous financial year was a loss of 2.492 billion. We've now improved that to 2.056. Now at points 6, 7, and 8, now that was all things being equal, and that was necessarily prior to the provisional liquidation being ordered, being received. We were looking at necessarily the stabilization of the organization, implementing a Section 189, a VSP, a restructure of the organization, and necessarily partnerships, and then improving the net loss position. Obviously in point 7, which would be the next financial year, we were looking at activating the turnaround strategy, which then speaks to the courier centers, the trust center, the email, digital business hubs. Now, necessarily this position or these revenue lines may have to be revised following the discussions and the plan of action that we will agree with our shareholder. In terms of a situational context, and I'm not going to spend too much time on that, I think the slide is self-explanatory. We are currently, and we've indicated that our business model is not geared to a digital market that we're currently finding ourselves in. We are currently still designed as a traditional postal operator where we collect and we deliver letter. Now, there's necessarily been the increases or the changes in the digital environment, necessarily also the advent of the e-commerce and the growth in courier parcels, and then necessarily the requirement or the need for 24/7 all-time availability. So our current model needs to change, and we are currently in financial distress to the extent that we've been placed in provisional liquidation. Now, the Post Office of Tomorrow strategy is moving the post office from a traditional postal office operator to an integrated service and distribution partner. So the future post office that we envisage is where we have an enhanced service delivery and modernized business. And key to that is necessarily becoming and being financially sustainable so that we are not reliant on the fiscal. But then again, that speaks to being able to generate revenue streams, new revenue streams, but then also captured revenue streams, in the sense that where we refer to captured, we are saying that we would be looking towards government to bringing some of the business that they currently outsourcing to private company to the post office itself. So necessarily the repositioning of the post office comprises establishing the post office as a leading logistics service provider in South Africa and the region, then partnering with the e-commerce and logistics players in South Africa. If one looks at on the R21 driving to Tambo, we've seen all those warehouses that have been built. We need to partner with those, because us trying to compete head on with these logistics players will not give good results, and we need to make available our infrastructure for the partners where they necessarily do not have points of presence. I mean, so we would refer to that as infrastructure as a service. Now, also what we are looking at is becoming the designated, or we are already the designated authentication authority that fulfills its role as a national trust center in the age of digital identity and services. So necessarily we would be offering digital signatures to, in particular, government, given the high level of fraud and interception of electronic mail. So that is something that we are looking towards, and then necessarily establishing digital business hubs that serve the digital hub needs for communities. Now, what does that look like when one looks at a strategy overall? So one can see that we've got those 5 revenue pillars: the logistics centers, the logistics partnerships, the e-commerce, authentication authority and the trust center, and the digital business hubs. Now, to be able to do these or to implement these 5 revenue streams, there are some strategic enablers that we need to work towards, enable, and necessarily we need to rebuild our capacity and our capability. And to be able to do that, we need to modernize and we need to digitalize the organization. Now, this modernization and digitalization, we can try and take it on alone and go ahead, but it will not work. We need to look at strategic partnerships to be able to assist us to move towards that modernization and the digitalization. These strategic partnerships will be the form of technology partnerships, revenue partnerships, property development, property letting partnerships, property management partnerships, knowledge management partnerships, and then obviously upskilling of our employees. We are unable to take to move towards the Post Office of Tomorrow if we are not relooking at upskilling, reskilling, and taking our employees forward towards the digital journey and the digital map that we have envisaged that the organization needs to move towards. In terms of our strategic advantage, we still consider the postal network that we have as a strategic advantage. However, given the outstanding rental payments, the availability of that strategic advantage of our network, our branches have been closed down due to forced closures, the majority of those, and necessarily that needs to be considered when we move forward in a new envisioned post office. In terms of our KPI overview, and we just looked at the KPIs that we did for 22-23, you'll note that the performance has been poor. We've only achieved 15% against the KPIs. Yes,
you've
yes,
got
Minister.
less than 3 minutes to go.
Okay, I will do. Now, I've got 3 slides to go, Minister, and then I'll be finished. So the majority of our KPIs have been aligned to the Post Office of Tomorrow strategy, but given the delayed implementation of the strategy, we have not performed as we had wanted to. In terms of our annual performance plan, again, we have carried forward the targets and the outcomes that we are looking towards, necessarily sustainability, logistics centers, logistic partnerships, e-commerce, authentication authority, digital business hubs, building capacity and capability, and then necessarily digitalization, modernization. We've now included strategic partnerships. And then in terms of corporate governance, we have now also included a KPI which seeks to obviously monitoring and reporting of our turnaround strategy through to our shareholder on a monthly basis. Thank you very much, Chair. That is our presentation.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say, Chair, in seconds, that whatever money now that is at the disposal of SAPO is subject to all the explorations that we're involved in, and in taking into account all the stakeholders involved with regard to what is going to finally happen. I thought it's important to raise that up front. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Minister, Chairperson, DG, CFO, and everybody who have made a presentation. Thank you very much for the presentations. What we are going to do now, all members, you know what to do. We are engaging with the presentations, both of the department and of SAPO. And Minister and your team, please take down the questions because you'll come back and respond to all the questions. All members, let me get indications of you know how we do it. Of the all members would like to say something.
Tobias.
Honorable Tobias, Honorable Matafa.
Chair, Honorable
Honorable Sarupen.
Mlenzana.
Honorable Mlenzana. Yes, honorable members. Any other honorable member would like to interact with the presentation?
Kaiso.
Honorable Kaiso. Okay, honorable members, I think we can proceed on the basis of this list. If any other honorable member wants to come in, you'll indicate. As I say, I know you are very disciplined with time, honorable members, but at the same time, do make your contributions and allowing others to come in. I will then start with Honorable Tobias. Honorable Tobias, please come in.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to the Department of Communications for the presentation. Honorable Minister, I just want to find out from your good self whether, in relation to the predicaments that SAPO finds itself under, have you considered, in relation to the government's statutory liabilities, trying to negotiate with your debtors to either allow you to delay payment until the strategy on the Post Office of Tomorrow has been implemented? And I'm asking this question because or even writing them off on your behalf? Because I'm asking this question because ESCOM was able to write off the debt of some municipalities that were unable to pay, which in a way brings a debt relief for those municipalities. And I was wondering if you can request the same through engagement with these other ministers to request, especially for instance, your SARS debt and your other services, whether it's electricity and rental payments, to request them to write them off so that it can provide a temporary relief. That's the first question, Chair. And the second one, of course, is whether have you considered asking them to have a delay payment so that you can implement the strategy. Secondly, it's whether, because you spend 70% of your budget on salaries, is it possible just to briefly tell us what is your retainer policy in terms of personnel? I know you want to upskill, but you can also have an alternative way of collaborating with the SETAs and the Department of Labor for you to be able not to incur cost as and when you upskill and reskill for you to have to value addition, so that, because you are sitting with a personnel that does not really benefit the organization in terms of creating the revenue you need to sustain yourself. Chair, let me pause for now. I'll come back. Let me give others a chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Tobias. Can I allow Honorable Matafa to come in and to be followed by Honorable Sarupen?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Minister, the DM and the team, members and guests. Chair, I'm going to start with SAPO, if it's fine with you, and request that I keep my video off due to the poor connectivity that I have where I am. Chair, my first question is in light with the awarding of the provisional liquidation against SAPO. And I think this ties up nicely with the suggestion that Honorable Tobias is making in terms of statutory payment. But I would like maybe for the minister or the team just to elaborate further if there are any other measures between SAPO and the department that they are taking to ensure that the process does not reach the final liquidation stage. The second one, Chair, is in terms of the second adjustment appropriation of 2.4 billion. Can the department maybe, or SAPO, take the committee into their confidence to say without doubt that the allocation is sufficient for the full implementation of the turnaround strategy, which seeks to chart SAPO into calmer waters and achieve the outcome of a post office of the future and a SAPO that is self-sustaining? If not, what measures are in place to ensure that the shortfall or the impact of the shortfall is mitigated so that the 2.4 billion still bear fruit? Chair, the third one is on the opening of the 4 IR hubs and the process by the Department of Home Affairs of digitization of some personal documents on their system. Now, my interest is just to find out from the department and maybe SAPO if there's any process whereby they are also digitalizing the entire state machinery, which will make transactions with government easy. But I personally believe that it will also improve competitiveness and efficiency of government and ultimately improve service delivery experience to citizens. And obviously, Chair, it would be in line with the current trend of 4IR. Maybe just my last point on SAPO. And I think, Chair, this sentiment will be shared by many South Africans that maybe we first start by commending the SAPO management that they have established a strategic plan, but we urge them that they must take all available and realistic steps to make sure that SAPO is saved. And our feeling, Chair, is because this entity brings dignity of access to communication, access to social relief of distress grant, other grants, and rural masses are also able to access and to transact through the wide footprint of the post office. And I think the minister also did justice in speaking about other stakeholders that are affected by the life of SAPO. And it's important that we put all our shoulders on the wheel to try and assist this particular entity. Just a direct question. In terms of the branches of the post office, how many have closed, and in which areas have these branches been closed? That was the last one on SAPO, Chair. On the department, we note the 15% underspending on compensation of employees. The presenter in his submission states that that could be attributed to the non-existence of the structure and the moratorium placed on filling of vacancies. But then he further states that the moratorium has been lifted by the minister. My question is, what is the situation of the second reason, that of lack of an existing structure? And also, Chair, maybe just to be on the same page, when we speak of a structure, are we speaking of the department's organogram? The second one, Chair, it's on procurement. Firstly, let me start by commending the department for the establishment of the Budget Advisory Committee and working from an approved procurement plan. My questions in this regard are as follows. How has the department responded to the BEE ruling by the courts? Two, we however note the positive impact expenditure spent on BEE categories, which results in economic inclusion of the previously disadvantaged individuals. Can the department share this information on an itemized version detailing the share of the pie, paying attention to Africans, women, youth, and people with disabilities? Chair, the third point is just on the spectrum auctions. I've noted the billions that have been put on the table as being injected into the fiscus. Now, Chair, you would know that the natural life of an auction is that the one with the deepest pocket loves last, because normally sales at an auction goes to the highest bidder. Now, sales going to the highest bidder, Chair, might exclude small actors in the space, might also prove to be barriers to local players in the telecom space. Because when you speak of spectrum auction, there's a lot of interest from major players, which will bring their deepest pockets to the auction. So my question there, Chair, is if whether there are measures by the department to ensure that we do not miss an opportunity to bring about the economic transformation, which includes particularly previously disadvantaged individuals in the mainstream economic activity in the telecommunications and digital space. And if yes, can maybe we be provided with the amount that we think has gone to that direction? And if not, what measures are we going to put in place to ensure that we don't miss on that particular opportunity, which for us is an important agenda of our democracy? Chair, having said that, maybe just broadly, the department can also speak in terms of the organogram that is being designed. How in line will it be with the strategy of the department broadly? And obviously, this is just a question coming from my understanding that resources will follow strategy, and an organogram is part of those resources. So that would be my contribution, Chair, and I apologize for the noise behind. I'm in a very highly economic active area, so there's work everywhere. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity, and thanks for the presentation. It's really assisting in our work as given by the Constitution of performing oversight. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, thank you, Matafa. I think it's good news to hear that there's work taking place behind you, because it means our economy is benefiting and there's some jobs which are being created there. Honorable Sarupen.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Chair, I just want to take a moment to congratulate and greet my old friend and sparring partner, Honorable Gungubele, for his appointment to this troubled department. Honorable Gungubele and I go way back for over a decade now, and I'm very pleased that he's the minister, because this department is a key economic enabler. And Chair, you know, I very rarely give praise to individuals, so Honorable Gungubele is very, very honored today. But Chair, because there's been so much instability in this department, various economic enablers that could have created a tremendous amount of economic growth in South Africa has missed the boat. So, for example, many, many years ago, when I was a much younger man, in the mid-2000s, there was supposed to be something called local loop unbundling that was supposed to be done between this department and ICASA that would have created a competitive fixed line market. That never happened. Of course, digital has moved on. Cellular and fiber have supplanted traditional phone lines. But what that ended up doing was entrenching Telkom's monopoly at the expense of alternative new and smaller players, and potentially prevented the creation of multiple providers in this new digital era that we're in, because Telkom was able to hold on to its local loop, despite the fact that that was not a Telkom asset. It was a public asset that the state had invested in money into over a period of 60 years. And I think, Chair, the matters that was put on slide number 25 or page number 27 on the presentation around the impediments to achieving economic transformation are actually quite important. The migration and switching off of the analog sort of television spectrum in order to make available high demand spectrum is a very, very major problem. And it's been going on since the late 2000s now, Chair, and we've missed every single deadline. Our neighbors, rather embarrassing, Namibia, Botswana, have all switched off and moved over to digital, and we are stuck in a very analog era. The key thing to remember when you do this, when you look at these things, is for every 10% you increase broadband penetration in a middle income country like ours, you get a concomitant 1.4% increase in economic growth. And so having this stalled by 10 years is actually proving to be a throttle on economic growth and job creation as a result. And so this is one of those things that are very, very, very critical. The next one is allocation of 5G spectrum. I think that is becoming an increasingly important economic enabler as well. And I think that it's underestimated how much this department can contribute to economic growth, and the constant ministerial instability over the last 10 years has set that back. And then, Chair, my last comment just on this department specifically is broadband infraco. Now, broadband infraco is not, hasn't really been producing its proper annual reports and so on for many, many years. And there have been many questions in the press about it. There have been questions about its viability. There have been questions about what it is that it is actually doing in the modern era and so on. And I think it would be nice to get a proper sense from the officials here today as to what Broadband Infraco is doing. In fact, Chair, if you try to log on to the Broadband Infraco website right now, it's infraco.co.za. As we speak, if you were to type that into your browser, you'll see that the website for Broadband Infraco has been suspended. So, you know, what is going into Broadband Infraco at the moment? What is its status? Is it making any money? Is it a loss for the state? We need to get a good sense of that. So, Chair, those are my comments on the main presentation. On the South African Post Office, Chair, I have a couple of comments, and I just want to express my disappointment from the Post Office presentation, because all of the challenges are both financial and operational were presented as though they were external factors. But part of why the South African Post Office really, for the past 12 years, has been in a state of decline to where it is now, where we are facing provisional liquidation, has been because of severe underperformance. Because by the late 2000s, people stopped receiving their letters from the post office. If you ordered parcels, they were not being delivered, particularly international parcels. You can go online on internet forums and read about hundreds and hundreds of horrific experiences people have with ordering international parcels and it getting stuck at OR Tambo, and the post office never ever delivering it. So there is serious issues there that have been building up over 10 years, and the post office very rarely speaks about its own underperformance over that time. And except the current board chair and the senior officials were not in place and were not the cause of this, but the reality is that there's a systemic problem that led to this decline. And here we are now. So I would like to hear some more accountability and taking responsibility from the post office for the fact that some of these problems that have pushed people to, for example, receiving bills via email rather than the post, is not just as a consequence of the fact that we are in a digital era, but the fact that that was accelerated by the fact that simple things like post was not delivered. I also note that, Chair, one of the challenges listed is the enforcement of reserve postal area, the under 1 kilogram regulation. If that were to be enforced, millions and millions of parcels in this country would just not be delivered, judging by the day-to-day performance of the post office as it stands. And surely the post office, if they want to come to a committee and tell us that they want this sort of thing enforced, that they would also tell us that they actually can engage in those deliveries. Otherwise, they're just going to become a throttle on economic activity in this country, which is what would happen if we were to enforce that regulation right now. So I do think the post office has a lot to answer for. I think that the one point I do take is the separation of the post bank without compensation from the post office. I would like to understand going forward, is the post bank going to be operating from post office branches? How is that going to work in relation to the post office? And if so, what is the revenue stream going to be between the post office and post bank? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sam. Honorable Lenzana, please come in.
No, thanks, Chairperson. And let me first apologize in advance. I'm not sure if my voice is very clear. I caught fever, Chairperson, so I'm not sure. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Loud and clear, Honorable Lenzana, please continue.
No, thanks, Chairperson. Thanks. Let me start by welcoming the presentation. One generic comment that I would make, Chair, in this presentation, particularly the one on SAPO, is the transparency that the MEC and his team is actually, portraying. It's no use hiding on the challenges that the entity is actually facing. But Chair, let me start with the department's presentation. You'll bear me, Honorable Minister, because I would seem to be raising issues that have already been raised, but in somehow a different manner or from a different angle. Let me start, Chairperson, by congratulating the department in terms of the movement from analog to digital and the strides that they have taken. We've seen in the rural areas the switching on ceremonies, and after such ceremonies, it wouldn't have been a situation that it was just grandstanding. We saw continuation of the implementation of the project. Hence, congratulations to your team, Honorable Minister. But now let me just check two things. One, I'm asking this question, Honorable Minister, because fortunately or unfortunately for me, I was part of the startup process of this project. I think it was in the 4th Parliament, when we were looking at the various manufacturers of the set-top boxes. If one could know, ultimately, who are the manufacturers of the set-top boxes? Follow-up would be, are we as South Africa going forward able to be our manufacturers, manufacturers of our own, not relying on importing. I would be corrected if there is no more importing. That's why I'm saying I'm carefully crafting my question. Then the second one would be, how quick or how smooth is the process going towards the vulnerable, the poor on the ground? Or put the other way around, what are the challenges facing the department in terms of implementation of the project?
What happened?
Come again, Chair?
We lost you for a second. I think you were muted. Continue, can hear you now.
Where can I start? Did you get my
platform.
questions on the set-top boxes?
Yes, you were just busy with that one.
Yes, the first question was, who are our ultimate manufacturers now? Put the other way around, are we now able to manufacture our own set-top boxes, or are we still relying on importing? That was the question. And then the second one on the generic implementation of the project was, how quick or how smooth is the process now going to the vulnerable, the poor masses on the ground? Or put the other way around, what are the challenges faced by the department in the implementation of the project? I think I'm clear now, Chairperson.
Very clear.
Thank you so much. Then Chairperson, on the CFO spoke of a moratorium on the implementation of the presidential employment stimulus. I think he referred to SAPO, compensation of employees. Now, why is the moratorium still not lifted? Because I could hear that he's running short of lamenting that they are waiting for the moratorium to be lifted. And secondly, what are the budget implications? What are the budget implications related to this moratorium? Once more on SAPO, the post office has been closing branches. Honorable Matafa covered this one very well. When it drafted the question, Chairperson, it was still an allegation as far as I was concerned, relating to the technical insolvency of SAPO, but today it's confirmed. Now, the question would be, what is the expected impact of the special appropriations that we were doing? What changes would that have? Be it in the manner of the MOF and all. Also, Honorable Matafa covered this question, which relates to the number of the post offices which are getting closed. My additional question there would be, Honorable Minister, are we able to get the number of offices together with the number of employees with post designations in each post office? I'm asking this question, this Chairperson, because there is this hullabaloo threat which relates to plus minus 6,000 post office workers due for retrenchment. Now, if we would be knowing the number of incumbents per office which is affected, it wouldn't then be proper for SAPO to move or migrate these would be affected personnel to the other offices because my little experience, Honorable Minister, from Matatiel, for instance, I want to be specific. The research that I did there was that you would notice that, yes, the post office in town is the one which is affected, but we have got a number of other post offices in the rural areas, in the township, Maluti Township, for instance, which are still operational, but with few personnel. Hence, then, this question that I'm adding on what Honorable Mustafa was asking. Thanks, Chairperson, for now, and thanks for bearing with me. My voice is not very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Lenzana. In fact, you were very clear. I just want to say that if you could just be on that spot whenever we are having meetings, you were very clear. Honorable Kaiso, please come in.
Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me start thanking the Minister and his team for giving us this presentation. Of course, it makes us wiser around the developments in the department. And I think a number of my colleagues have covered me well in a number of areas. So I'm not going to repeat some areas there, but my input, Honorable Chair, it will be mostly around the issue of the post office. So I don't want to lie. The picture that the presentation, portrayed, it's very bad in as far as post office specifically is concerned. Yes. If we were to be honest, this is a very bad picture that we did not expect. Because why? I mean, since 1991, with its establishment, the post office, it had a particular mandate to deliver, especially for the poor communities who are disadvantaged in terms of access to services, to make sure that the services are improved in all those disadvantaged communities. I mean, post office, it is seen as part of the social compact. So there's a lot of expectation that is, that is supposed to be, there's a lot that people expect from the post office in as far as service delivery is concerned, and also in particular in as far as economic growth is concerned, because one could imagine the several hundreds of companies or independent institutions who are doing business with post office. They are injecting a lot of, boosting the income of the small, medium enterprises and creation of jobs. Because what has affected the post office, it means also it will indirectly affect the SMMEs. Because it was also the center of, job creation in one way or another. So it is a bad picture that now, since these years, the post office has now been find itself to this situation where it's deboned. So I just want to get a clarity as to why did we learn at this stage that now this is where the situation has developed in as far as post office is concerned? Because I want to believe that there had been some warning signs even before the application of temporary liquidation. There had been signs and symptoms of this problem that is engulfing the post office. And my question is, wasn't there any sign and symptom and to can cap this developing dangerous curve that the the post office find itself, such that it doesn't deteriorate to this point where it is now. That apparently there is no, things such as organogram or structure, and what is the problem of not having a structure there? And what is interesting, Honorable Chair, is that all these problems, they appear not to be having any ownership. They seem to be things that just develop, spontaneously, that, things are getting worse, but we don't know why, who is responsible. Were there any people who were responsible in the executive administration or something like that? That story does not come well, because it will seem as if we are now hiding another element in an organization called the performance management, for the institution to get itself to live up to its objective or mandate. So there's also an element of performance management which has to be managed, administrative. So it means then there are warm bodies who are responsible for that, and what has been their role is one of the questions that I'm asking myself, that I also want to get clarity there. Hasn't there been any person who's responsible for particular, development in the institution, which could have said, no, look, I'm responsible, I've tried my best to do this and I could not get now support. Therefore, I'm stuck. So I just want to get that part, because it will seem as if we're talking about problems which just naturally happened and we don't know where they emanate from. Post office, Honorable Chair, like I've said, the rural masses or the poor, some travel kilometers to get to a post office to receive some assistance. And some people wake up very early in the morning, take the road to the post office, waking up as early as 5 o'clock, some because of they have to go to smaller towns from the rural areas where they can get service of post office, either to receive SRD or something. But now, today, they wake up finding it very difficult that they cannot be able to be assisted immediately because of this process now, which is shaping around the post office. So I'm trying to say several thousand and even millions of poor people will now be disadvantaged if we can let the post office go to the trade. So I think it is proper that we given this presentation and what is being put as a way forward by the department, it should be able to assist us in future. That even if we convene a joint portfolio committee meeting and also share this strategies that are being presented now that seek to take the post office forward, we are able to do so. So before, perhaps by the end of the second quarter, we're able to do so and make some follow-up, and the department is able to come back after it had consolidated whatever position is, including wrestling out the post office from being from march to guillotine, so that we are able to see a very clear picture which is going to assist, because even if we can say many things and criticism now, at the end of the day, obviously we want to get a solution to this situation which is bad and has developed. And one of them is to wrestle and rescue post office out of the jaws of the lion. So I think it is proper that now post office should be supported in whatever effort is being put. So it should be supported, because we cannot afford it. It's for the poor, even if we're angry about it. But really, the poor are at now vulnerable position to can imagine that we are no longer going to get any services now because of the post office is shut down. People are going to lose their job, etc. So the only best medication is to rescue it out. That the government must go put every little effort that it has to rescue post office, because there are a number of opportunities as per this presentation put in front of us that will at least be able to be revived and be taken forward. So it is my play around and proposal around that area, Honorable Chairperson. But then the rest of the issues, my honorable members, colleague have raised them around the issue of, 4IR, digital migration, etc. So I want to agree with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kaiso. Before I come in, let me just check with honorable members. Honorable Tobias, do you have anything you would like to add?
Yes, Chair, just a small question. I'm a little bit perturbed that SAPO does not have price analysts. Can we perhaps understand why a price analyst was not appointed? You can't have an SOE that does not have a price analyst, because that's the determination factor for you breaking to why there isn't such people.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Matafa, anything from your side?
Nothing from me, Chairperson. I'm sorted. Thank you very much.
Honorable Sarupen, thank you.
Nothing from me, Chairperson.
Honorable Lenzana.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'm sorted.
Honorable Kaiso.
No, I'm okay, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me thank the minister and the team from the department and the chairperson, the CEO, and the team from SAPO. Before I put my questions, Honorable Minister, just note that some of the questions perhaps that we ask now may require that you go back and you and your team and you give us a written response. I heard some of the questions that you are asking. We do allow that, honorable members, the minister and the team. Let me start with my questions. In your slide, let me say, your revenue has been declining. I'm not very sure whether I did get the real reason why is your revenue been decreasing. Perhaps related to that's about SAPO. That's about SAPO. And then again, when it comes to your budgeting, I think you came less 2.3 billion rand less than what you budgeted for. For me, that spells that the budgeting in the first place was poor budgeting. Your comment on that? This is my second question. Some years back, the post office was really pushing that it wants to be the one who's going to pay the social grants. There was a long discussion in the department, in government, and all types of projections were made to government as to what would happen out of that. That wish was given to the post office. Has that helped your financials as it was? If you go back to the plans and presentations which were made to government in general at that time, there were all those very good numbers which were coming from this, where as post office you were saying, if you are given this responsibility, that's how it will improve our finances. What has happened? The post office is a big landlord. Do we know do we have a proper asset register? Can we say with some very high confidence level that our asset register takes care of all our properties. I once heard that you were also looking at disposal of some of the properties that you have. Have you started with that? And exactly where are you? Again, SAPO, what are other cost containment initiatives that we are busy with, apart from considering retrenchments? Let me congratulate. Can we all mute our gadgets because it is interfering with our interaction this side, please? The Presidential Employment Initiative. Can you share with us its geographical reach and what exactly is the nature that it's taking as far as your department is concerned? I'll tell you why the question. In most of the rural areas I go to, they'll tell you that they have never heard of this. What are we doing? Are we trying to reach everybody, or perhaps proximity to the offices? It's a determinant. But General, tell us what is nature of intervention as far as the Presidential Employment Initiative is concerned, its geographical reach, especially when it comes to the rural areas, and what happens to these young people once this program has been completed. Honourable Minister, at one stage, when it came to the Presidential Employment Initiative, we also said that it will be a good thing to also consider using the SOEs for this, because all what we'll be doing, if you look at these big SOEs, you look at Transnet, you look at ESCOM, there's no skill that is not needed. So where we take these people to the SOEs, the only thing that they share to certain people, but we still pay for them. So the question is, are we considering the SOEs and your agencies as far as this initiative is concerned? Department, is it not worrying that a department which is in the forefront of IT only spent 31% on software and intangible assets? Your comment, please. I think this one is more of a policy, so it's directed to the Honourable Minister and the Deputy Minister. Do you think that the institutional arrangement where CETA is the main custodian of IT and IT-related initiatives, do you think this arrangement is an optimal, and does it deliver optimally? Some of the departments have always will cite the relationship with CETA for their failure to deliver on their IT programs. But I just want to hear from your side. What do you think? Is this an optimal arrangement? I think South Africa Connect program is a very important one, especially if you go to some government offices where you'll find long queues and people are not doing anything. But again, there is no connectivity. I'm thinking of, for instance, Home Affairs, the hospitals, SASSA. When do you think will reach these institutions to make sure that while it may be painful for people to wait at Home Affairs, but at least they are connected and they can continue doing their work? And again, I must say that it's quite disturbing that many government officers are still not connected. If we can connect government departments, how do we hope to connect South Africa? In terms of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Program announced by the President, it's always as a country of saying that the problems that we are facing, be it subdued economic growth, high levels of unemployment, poverty, inequality. We have identified the RRP as our salvation, so to speak. So there are many elements of this, including a broad-based black empowerment. But I want to see whether really it's quite a sizable percentage of your expenditure, which you said is going to BE. I'm not very sure whether does that talk to the companies which will say we are empowered, or we're able to say that Black people, women, people living with disabilities are benefiting from our procurement. Also, I think it's related to the question which was asked by Honorable Mlenzana, the question of localization and local manufacturing. I just want to check what are the initiatives that the department and the sector are busy with into trying to ensuring that we do localize, we do manufacture things locally, we don't import them for obvious reasons that anything that we import impacts negatively on the GDP, and it's equal to exporting our jobs. Any initiatives that the government will be saying, or the department will be saying that this is our contribution to localizations, things that we used to import from other countries now are being manufactured locally, because that's the only way that we'll be able to deal with the problems of unemployment, inequality, and poverty. I think Honorable Matafa has asked this one, that following the Concord judgment as far as the BE regulations are concerned, National Treasury said all the departments and all the institutions must develop their own approach to this one. I just want to check that, has the department done that, has support done that, and what is the position of the institutions and agencies under yourself? Minister, with your team, back to you. Please assist us with those clarifications. Or before I do that, I know we always talk about this 4IR thing. Please educate us exactly what is this 4IR thing and why is it relevant? And remember that as we do that, we are also talking to the South Africans who might have logged in. Thank you very much. Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Although you are asking a bit of rough questions, but we're here to deal with those. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you.
I just want to say up front, I just want to say to implore the members on one issue. There are a series of questions that relate to attitude of creditors and what creditors would be open to, and a number of issues that are positively advised by the committee to deal with. I would request, Honorable Chair, because a list of those are items in the ongoing discussions with all the stakeholders, which, if we are so allowed, because of the sensitivity of the nature, we would request that we be allowed not to come directly answer those, but all those they are taken as positive protocol advices, but to go to the details of answering exactly what is being done. A lot of answers that we might give are issues that we are tabling to all the stakeholders with regard to this, as we try to find a solution. So I'm saying it is my request, Chair, if your indulgence in that aspect can be secured.
Honorable Minister, you will be the judge as to what you can say. I've been requesting that let's all mute and allow the speaker to engage. So again, I'm making that request. Then, Honorable Minister, I'm saying you will be the judge what you can share and not to share. Wouldn't like to jeopardize anything that you are busy with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think that is in order, that there will be those sort of answers which we deem sensitive for that exercise. Thank you very much. Having said all that, what I'm going to do, I will ask first all the technical people to deal with the issues that have been raised. DG will lead her team in dealing with all the technical issues. And then on the side, the chair of the board and the CEO will deal with all the relevant other issues. But I want to make the point upfront, Chair, with regard to one, what we want to concede upfront is that the history of SAPO has had a series of misses and hits. A lot of misses have actually pushed us where we are now. They are either political or whichever way you find as you look at the miss. For instance, SAPO is supposed to be some kind of a business unit of government, which is supposed to service people in far-flung areas, people who are historically disadvantaged, and that goes to millions, those people. As I've already said, Honorable Kaiser also restated it, SAPO deals with no less than 700 SMEs, which supposedly would employ quite a number of people. Now, there is going to be a point where tough choices will have to be made, where the cost structure of SAPO will have to be attended to in the interest of the millions of the clients and those SMMEs that employ many people, and continue to make sure that the millions disadvantaged people are served. So tough choices will have to be taken. And all those are also engaged in the process of engaging in that sensitive process, various what we call stakeholders. For instance, if you come to the common issue of 2.4 billion, I've already said in my opening address that all the monies now, in whatever form that are available to SAPO, are the subject of discussions with regard to how to use them, apply them to save SAPO. You might find that 2 rand came to buy a loaf of bread, but for the purpose of saving SAPO, you need to build a baker. In the discussions, you are only agreed to, there's only consensus when you commit to building baker. So in other words, all the monies now that are available to SAPO are a subject of those discussions with regard to how, together with the creditors and whoever else is affected, will go forward. And again, the issue raised by honorable members on digitalizing the entire state, that matter Cabinet has placed before the department, where the department has to, at a first place, lead the interministerial committee to ensure that the state is digitalized. I accept, members, that a middle-income country like ours not to be digitalized during this age, we must accept that it's quite an embarrassment. I think there's general agreement as far as that is concerned. And again, they will answer the question of how many post office branches have been closed. And the question that has been asked on the structure, the record at my disposal, honorable members, is that the minister before the preceding ministry would have completed the structure, and the ministry that precedes me would have analyzed the structure and thought certain things need to be addressed. And I'm actually interrogating that now, because it's unusual that an institution of this nature stays without that kind of structure. Naturally, when it comes to resources, what we're going to closely attend to, because digital department is a highly specialized department. How then do you organize organogram? It must be of such a nature that it responds to the responsibilities of special nature for which this department is established for. Again, on the issue of spectrum, I think DG in her presentation would have spoke of the policy future next generation, where we are going to look at that opportunity as an opportunity for SMMEs. We have already agreed as a department, Honorable Chair, that because the digital, the economy which is locked, which can only be unlocked through digitization, for competitiveness and ability to unlock that value, you need bigger participation beyond the big boys and girls. You need an ordinary Kaiso family member to have access to this, SMMEs and everyone else. So you will find that there is a study, Chair, which was done by Commission for Competition, which is about the data service market inquiry, which had a diagnosis with regard to the competitiveness of this environment and the cost nature of this environment and all those obstructive cost, what to call elements. And they have made a lot of recommendations. It is against that background that the rapid deployment policy direction has been issued. It is against that background that the electronic network amendment bill is actually being processed. A number of other interventions that are ensuring that how people actually migrate within acceptable cost. In other words, also a proposal that use it or lose it. In other words, if the interventions are to ensure that you don't keep spectrum for spurious purposes. So all these policies are intervening with regard to dealing with those. On the issue of, there's technical questions, local unbundling asked by European and other members, challenges of transformation. I think we've made this point in Parliament, Honorable Chair, that a delay of spectrum can never be justified, Honorable Sarupen. We've spoken about, we would have said in Parliament, signal spillage is a problem, which affects places like Swatini, Mozambique, and KwaZulu-Natal, because this is internationally what to call governed. And also the big challenge we have, the fact that we have auctioned the spectrum, it means we must release it, because it got a series of implications with regard to migrating and get to a point of releasing. So all those issues are issues that get affected by the delay. Which point do I want to make? During the course of this month, honorable members, we will be announcing the date for switch off. But what are we doing now? We're trying to reconcile installations based on the spreadsheet that is before us and what has actually happened. In other words, we're going to be working with all the relevant structures. That includes internal what to call audit and other relevant structures to assist us in this, because we want to minimize repercussions once we actually switch off to the best of our ability. So that is the issue. The BBI is not satisfactorily a going concern. That's why there's a process of integrating it to what to call to Centec. That process is what to call is ongoing. Where is the post-bank operation? Post-bank now has been separated, I think, as early as 2018 from post office, so that it meets the requirements of the regulatory structures in the financial sector. Reserve banks, your prudential authority, and your fiscal, all those that deal with the market conduct, and the prudential authority dealing with the liquidity and so on. So to actually put the post bank at the face, in the eyes of all those key institutions, so that the fact that the state has a bank, it must meet all the requirements that other banks are supposed to meet to protect the depositors and so on. Having said that, I'm going to start asking maybe the DG to deal with all the other technical issues, followed by SAPO. Chair will say whatever he wants to say on the board, and then CEO will come at the end, the TM will come, and then later will come and close. If you so allow, Chair. TG?
Minister, and apologies, Chair, for the delay. We sharing one boardroom, so we needed to make sure that there is no backup with regards to sound. Chair, thank you very much, Chair. If I may just respond, taking up from where the minister left off. The spectrum policy, we do see it as a game changer, and I'd like to thank the honorable member for having raised this important issue. And maybe just to quickly just unpack that, we consider it as a vital component in terms of South Africa's digital economy growth, as well as then the development of the electronic communications network infrastructure. To support a wide variety of industries. And therefore it talks to then the shaping in terms of the licensing regime, where we want to see new entrants in this area. And they must be reflective in terms of South Africa's demographics. I think, Chair, the right in terms of the use of spectrum vest within the state, as well as all this sectors in society, and it must show therefore the beneficiation in terms of use. The next generation spectrum policy also is going to be very deliberate in as far as closing the access gap. So we are very precise in as far as to say that the deployment must actually start from your rural areas and then moving into the other commercial areas as well. And therefore, this will ensure that all South Africans have access to a wide range of personal, commercial, national security, safety, as well as then the scientific applications to it. And we then see that this spectrum, the next generation spectrum policy, which we're intending to issue a directive to ICASA by September this year, we are looking at a variety of industries. So it's not just going to be your traditional allocations as well as licensing for fixed mobile broadcasting, but we're now looking in terms of supporting critical services that are responsive, as Chair, you indicated, to the economic recovery of the country. So as such, we're seeing that there should be more spectrum allocated for vertical industries such as manufacturing, mining, as well as agriculture. And we are confident that there are SMMEs as well as other players who are playing in this space, who then we would like to see participating in the value chain. We're also mindful under the spectrum policy that not everybody is able to afford. I think the point that was made by yourself, Chair, as well as the Minister, in as far as then affordability, that under the spectrum auction, and I think also Honorable Matafa raised, under the spectrum auction that we just had, we only saw the big players. So depending on the size of your wallet, that were then able to be successful. So this new spectrum is actually going to have a set aside that is allocated to a state digital infrastructure company, which will then consist of Centec and BBI, as then we finalize the acquisition of BBI by Centec. But we'll see then allocated spectrum to this new entity, and this entity will then in return ensure the wider participation of, as I said, the SMMEs as well as then these new players in as far as then the deployment. And this supports, therefore, the other policy objectives for us as a country, that we want to rather see more competition in as far as services and a wider variety of services being offered to the citizens in this country, rather than for us to be burdened, especially new entrants, with regards to network infrastructure rollout, which is quite costly. If I then can move on, Chair, and then talk, I think I want to apologize, but I think Honorable Sarupen, and I want to apologize if I mispronounced, talked about the impact in terms of the delays, which is slide 25, the delays as far as migration is concerned. And I do want to concede with the honorable member that there has been delays extensively, both with regards to this as well as this auctioning of spectrum. But to indicate that these delays were not by and large in terms of the government's intent, but we were faced with numerous litigations. We could not, in the instance of the migration, as we had intended to switch off in March 2021, but due to then the litigations that we went through with parties then objecting, we then had these adverse delays. But I want to indicate that even through this and all the hurdles faced, we were able to switch off the 5 provinces. We have now completed full installation in the 2 provinces, which we are also ready to switch off. And then there's also, we're finalizing and ramping up installation in the last 2 provinces. The last 2 provinces that we're just finalizing the ramping up is KZN as well as Eastern Cape, owing obviously to the terrains in that area. But we have completed the installations in Gauteng as well as Western Cape. So it is on that basis that we are confident that hopefully then all the parties, especially critical stakeholders in the value chain, will then allow for us to conclude this project. It is critical, honorable members, if I can just indicate that the issue of modernization of the broadcasting sector, the first platform is for us to switch off these analog signals. From there, I think we can then build on in terms of the capabilities in the broadcasting industry. Honorable Mlenzane talked about the issues of the local manufacturing. And yes, we want to see local manufacturing, not just of set-top boxes, but next generation devices when it comes to the element of broadcasting, or even devices to the household as we then deploy the issues of Wi-Fi, the programs of Wi-Fi to communities as well as Wi-Fi to homes. We are in the age of the digital transformation as then the fourth industrial revolution. So we want to ensure that South African citizens also benefit as it is happening across the world in as far as then the deployment of various technologies in their households, in businesses, in schools, in health clinics, and elsewhere in terms of also modernizing government services. So the sooner then we're able to migrate, it will then allow for a flood of other technologies development, which we can then build into society, utilizing South African expertise and as well as innovation in this regard. So we do have a program in the department, that number of programs in the department, which I'll allow my colleagues to talk to, that talk about the localization of goods and services. In the main, they are underpinned within the digital economy framework, as well as in the Digitech platform that ensures that we produce our own South African digital products as well as applications produced by local SMMEs. I'm happy to announce that we have already over 85 products and solutions available on the Digitech platform. And we are obviously increasing and calling for others to also sign up and join. This will also ensure not only the uptake and usage, but then those SMMEs and tech entrepreneurs can then be paid in as far as the solutions that they provide. And this currency, as well as then the payments, will be kept locally in South Africa as we build on and we strengthen, obviously, the GDP. And then with regards to I'm going to ask my colleagues to just come in, if they can just elaborate further, Honorable Chair, through you. I'm asking DDG Manzini, responsible for administration, to talk to the issues related to finance as well as procurement, and thereafter will be followed by the other DDGs as well to respond to the other questions. Thank you.
Yes, listening. Who's coming in?
Okay, DDG Manzini, or alternatively, the CFO.
Thank you, DG. Let me respond to the three questions that apply to my area. The first one was the 15% saving of the compensation of employee and the issue of the organogram. And maybe I should just say that that when the two departments merged, the DOC and the DTPS, there was a provisional structure that was approved by the DPSA. So it is not as if we are actually operating in a vacuum. That provisional structure is in place, which will then allow us to finalize the current organogram, which is quite in an advanced stage. We are working closely with the DPSA to get the new structure approved for the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies. With regard to the court case on the procurement issue, Chair, the matter was about the 2080 or the 80-20 points allocation system, where the 20% was actually allocated according to the BBBEE. But I think a new regulation was issued by the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer in March 2022, which actually allows departments now to make use of specific goals and criteria to be used to make up the 20%, which is now race, gender, youth, disability, and localization. So that will then make up the 20%, opposed to the 20% for the BBBE points in the past. With regard to the software licenses, yes, it is true, Chairperson, that we have spent 31% on software. The reason being, we have started the procurement of the Microsoft licenses, which flowed over into the April 2023, and the payment will be done in May. So it actually flowed into the new financial year, and hence that payment did not happen. But if the payment was done in March, we would have spent 100% of the software licensing. Thank you, Chair. I'm handing back to the DG.
Thank you, DG Infrastructure. DDG Ngobeni, if you may come in.
Thank you, DG, and good morning to Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Minister, and DM. I will address some of the issues raised pertaining to the infrastructure programs. Let me start with the BBI issue, and particularly also starting with the soft issue of the website is raised by Honorable Sarupeng. It was indeed the website was off, and BBI were aware of it on Friday and attended to it, but somehow there was still a glitch. But they've since rectified it with the service provider. As it is now, it's up and running, and apologize for that, Chair and members. Then on the question of BBI's viability and mandate, Minister did speak about the issues around BBI and the approach taken to integrate BBI with Centec. And it's precisely because BBI's mandate is to expand infrastructure to underserved areas. And there's still a need to do that. But they also have been operating quite an extensive infrastructure that's required to support the expansion of infrastructure in those underserved areas. Just briefly, just to indicate that, as we are aware that in some of the rural areas, there's limited infrastructure availability. And to close that gap, the department looked at two different policy approaches. The first policy approach was to invest in infrastructure through the state-owned entities, BBI and Centec in the main, to expand that infrastructure so that it's closer to those underserved areas. And that's why they've been given the mandate through the South Africa Connect program to invest in infrastructure so that it's expanded. And that infrastructure then becomes available and usable by the SME, the small, medium enterprises, and also the internet service providers. So it allows participation by these SMMEs into the sector, because one of the key requirements is that they need, as much as they can build local infrastructure to connect to their communities, they still need to have access to what we call the core network infrastructure, so they're able to take the information from those remote areas back to the data processing centers, and also through the undersea cable networks to international destinations. And that part, BBI plays that. And that's why they've been tasked to invest in that infrastructure. The second policy intervention, it's through subsidies. I'll talk to it as we talk with the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program. So BBI, as it is, they are playing a key role. They've played a key role in the first phase of the South Africa Connect program, where they connected schools and health facilities and also some government facilities. And also now in the revised approach of the program, it's this expansion of infrastructure to remote areas. They are also playing a key role in the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program. They do coordinate and also provide the subsidies to those SMEs, because of they've got ownership of the infrastructure. So there's definitely a need for BBI, even with some of the challenges that they've got, that they still have to play that role to support those SMEs. And then the next question was around the presidential employment stimulus, in terms of, as by the chair, the nature of the intervention. So regarding the presidential employment stimulus, there were two categories of programs. There were those programs that were heavily focused on employment generation, and those which were called catalytic programs, which more focused on supporting economic development in the different areas. So our program, which we call the Broadband Access Fund, is to stimulate the rollout of ICT infrastructure in underserved areas. And that's why it's the second policy intervention, where we provide subsidies so that those who want to roll out infrastructure in those underserved areas, we know that the capital is also a huge requirement in the ICT environment. You need to invest a lot of capital before you can make the returns. So it's to support those SMMEs so they're able to roll out that infrastructure. So there is also, and BBI is leading in terms of being the fund manager who will provide the subsidies to these SMMEs. So it answers that second question by the chair in terms of the role of the SOEs. There will be some job creation, of course, during the rollout of the infrastructure and also the maintenance. But the focus was to ensure that we have access infrastructure in these rural areas in the main, so that we don't leave them behind. In terms of the geographic reach, this is part of the pilot of the program. The focus is it's going to be across all the provinces, but it's going to be limited, because the intention is to provide Wi-Fi hotspots in these areas, 3,000 Wi-Fi hotspots, and also 50,000 households connected by the SMMEs, who then will be subsidized through this broadband access fund. And then the other question, the chair, on the connectivity to government, is indicated on the first phase. The focus was definitely focusing on connecting government, but due to financial constraints, was limited to very few facilities. I think we were able to connect 970 government facilities, which included government offices, schools, and health facilities. But in the revised approach of the SA Connect model, the bulk of the facilities that government has are schools, and then followed by the health facilities. Those have been assigned to the operators or licensees who received spectrum through the auction. So they also have an obligation to connect schools and health facilities using the spectrum that they've received And that actually then relieves the government of the burden to provide that connectivity, but it also expedite the connectivity to government. And also then traditional authorities have been included in the revised program. So with that part of the program, that pillar of the program, we should be able to cover quite significant amount of connectivity to government facilities. But SITA as well, because of of their mandate, they have the responsibility to connect government offices, because government is also expected to pay for that. So we have engaged across the different government departments and across provinces as well. And as part of the budget that has been allocated for the phase 2, there's portion that's been allocated to assist SITA to upgrade their infrastructure and expand it so that they're able to provide government connectivity in a cost-effective manner. So that will also expedite the connectivity to other government facilities, particularly those which are expected to pay for that connectivity. And then there was also a question around the BDM and the use of local manufacturers. A set-top box that have been deployed and are currently also being deployed, we manufactured or assembled here in South Africa with about 30% local content requirement. But as DG indicated, that the litigation that delayed the program over the years is also diminished that capacity for local manufacturing. Some of the manufacturers still exist, and they're going to assist going forward in terms of device manufacturing as part of the digital transformation approach that the strategy that government is adopted. I think I've answered this. You can advise if there are any other questions that I need to respond to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DDG. Just to indicate also, Chair, that part of the BDM program, we were very intentional to utilize local-based installers in each of the areas that we have been installing. So that basically means that we first check for local installers at a municipal level. We can then move to district and then the province. But our intentions with that is that we want to set up after service care, as in the case within the private sector, where then if there's a problem with the device post-installation, we empower then and give the skills to the installers to then be able to set up the repairs and refurbishment hubs in each of the districts. And this will then lead to job creation in this regard. May I then, whilst we're then talking about the issues related to localization as well as job creation, ask DDG policy to respond and to further unpack on this, and also then respond on the question of the local loop unbundling. Thank you.
Listening, DG?
May I request if it's either DDG or Mr. Alf Wills, if you can come in, Alf, on the local loop unbundling, please.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and members and ministers. So when it comes to local loop unbundling, it's an old overtaken matter. At that time, it got caught up in the courts and referred back to ICASA's Complaints and Compliance Committee, and eventually it was overtaken because copper became effectively obsolete and networks changed to next generation networks. So today it's about sharing fiber, sharing ducts, and sharing the radio access network. So the DG made reference to the ECA bill on competition matters that's due for public consultation. One subject area we deal with is facilities leasing. So the current facilities leasing framework and regulations are ineffective and again lead to many legal disputes. We've seen a couple of them recently in the Cape Town area Denegeer Estate and some other places, and it's necessary to change and improve it. So Section 43 of the Electronic Communications Act will be amended to improve the facilities leasing framework. Firstly, to bring electronic communications facility services within the facilities leasing framework, as licensees must lease facilities. The second amendment replaces the reasonability test for access with principles of access prescribed by the authority that would make it easier for access seekers. And then Section 47 that deals with facilities leasing pricing principles is amended to ensure that the authority prescribes wholesale pricing rules or standards applicable to different types of facilities, roaming and for roaming and MVNOs. So in addition, roaming and MVNO regulation will then ensure sharing of mobile networks. Chair, in effect, the amendment will lead to improved sharing of broadband infrastructure, including that in the last mile and the so-called local loop. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alf. And Chair, the last point from our side is the department. As we hand over to SAPO, I'm going to request DDG Mashologu to just touch on the digitization of government and where we're at. Thank you.
No, thank you, DG. Good morning, honorable members, honorable Chair, honorable Minister. Thanks, DG. In terms of the digitalization of government, so from the department, there is a program that we are currently running, which is coming from our strategy, which is the National E-Government Strategy and Roadmap, which was passed in 2017. So what we have done then in terms of executing that strategy, so we did work with the DPSA in terms of identifying the citizen-facing services. And in these services, there were 255 Batupili services that we have identified. So what also we have done was to develop a platform, a portal, whereby we wanted to make sure that whenever a citizens want to access government services, they will go onto one portal, not to go, if you want a service in education, you go to, education, and then if you want to go to other department, you go to that department. So we do have that portal, the honorable members. So the portal is eservices.gov.za, and I will request, the honorable members to access that, because as it is now, there are 120 services that are currently on the portal that are operational from various departments, which includes health, education, and we are putting some of the services from social development as well into that platform. But also on top of that, honorable members, we are looking on by the end of this year. We are looking by the end of this year to have other 40 services, which means that we will be having almost 160 services that should be on the portal by the end of this current financial year. But also on top of that, honorable members, we are also working with CETA to integrate some of the backend systems in government, because one of the challenges that we're facing is that each department does have their databases separate. So we're trying to integrate those backend systems to be on one platform, which is either be on the government private cloud, or we use what we call the application programming interfaces, which is APIs, to integrate these services. Then that would mean that if you do that, whether you want a service that is cutting across various departments, then you can just enter onto one portal, onto that one portal, and you can be able to access everything. But in closing, Chair, I think the other initiative that we are currently investigating is the way of having the government data lake. So we've just started an investigation on that to see how we can actually do that. Because if we can have an access to all government databases into, a lake, whereby now you can understand and analyze, what citizens are actually doing, then it will actually assist us in terms of developing some of the services that we even didn't imagine. So that is the work that we're currently doing, Chair. Thanks a lot, Chair. I'll hand over back to the DG.
You hand over to me, Masholok. The space has been given to me by the Honorable Chair.
No, thank you, Minister. And over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much. Just maybe let's ask the post office to come in. Through you, Honorable Chair.
No, thanks. That's in order, Honorable Minister. but there's one honorable member who's just itching to follow up on a question that he had asked. If you were to allow me, just to allow him to come in, so that when we go to post office, we'd have finished with the department.
Why in your hands? Why in your hands, Chair?
Okay, thank you. Honorable Mlenzana, please just come in quickly on that one so that we can allow the minister to take us to the to SAPO.
No, thanks, Chairperson. Thanks, Chairperson, for the indulgence. Chairperson, this question is on this set-up box manufacturers. I had the explanation, Chair, but the reasoning behind the question was we know that various countries, Honorable Minister, had to be lobbying, had to be, advancing whatever to the country, South Africa, that they are ready to assist us through manufacturing. Now we say that there is now a rollover, a rolling over of the implementation. The implementation has started. Now the question is, who exactly is implementing? Who exactly is the country which is actually our manufacturer? I understand the details around ourselves getting ready to take over and on. But if we could know which country is currently implementing this. Thanks, Chair.
Minister DG.
DG, can you respond to that?
DG, if I can come through, thank you, Minister. So in terms of the...
Is that Masholoko?
No. It's Tiniko, DG, Minister.
Oh, okay. Come, Tiniko.
Yeah. So in terms of the details of the manufacturers, so CZ Electronics, which is based in Volkswagen, supplied 500,000 set-top boxes, and also a company called the Ratalima also provided 500,000 boxes, and those were the terrestrial set-top boxes. And then Bua Africa, which is based in Randburg, provided the satellite digital to home set-top boxes. And Ellis provided the antennas for the set-top boxes. Thanks, Minister.
No, I think that's an attempt to answer that question, Honorable Chair. Of course, we hope going forward to improve even localization of OMs in this regard. The key thing now is no longer the capability to manufacture. It's more about where the OMs are manufactured. And I think going forward, we need to improve that percentage. I hope we've tried to deal with that, Honorable Mlenza.
Yes, thanks, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Bauma Jombos.
All right. Thank you, Minister, and thank you once again, Honorable Chair. What I will do, I will foreground the responses to the questions asked. I will also have a quick bite on some of them. Maybe starting with the questions from Honorable Tobias around the statutory liabilities as well as the retainer policy. Interestingly, on this one, at the very beginning of this year, SAPO has engaged with Productivity SA in order to address the situation and the challenges. And those two specific issues we received advice on. And they are all in the basket of proposals that the post office is looking at. And in relation to the retainer policy, they have also pointedly advised us, particularly that retrenchment is not the only way out, though unavoidably there will be some members of the employment force that would be affected as a result of that. But there is a whole range of programs that they are advising us on, including skilling, upskilling, and so on. And if it is required, then there could be a much more comprehensive and maybe even documented response to that. I will not touch on the price analyst question. Maybe I will leave that to the team. And then Honorable Matafa asked a question around provisional liquidation, if there are any measures to prevent final liquidation. Yes, indeed. Both the department and SAPO are hard at work on that specific matter. And the direction is that final liquidation will not serve neither the post office nor the communities that SAPO is largely responsible for servicing. Then Honorable Matafa also asked about the allocation, whether it is sufficient. I guess now it has been accepted by SAPO that it would not be possible for the fiscus to carry the whole weight of the challenges. And it is for that reason that the strategy was devised, the Post Office of Tomorrow strategy, which amongst other things also has got elements that do not necessarily depend on funding in order to move forward. And maybe the CEO might wish later to give an indication and the concrete examples of that. I will also leave to the CEO and her team the question of digitization and home affairs and simplifying transactions, as well as the two other questions on the wide footprint and the number of branches closed. Honorable Sarupen, as first question, maybe one could link it also with the chair's first question on the reason for decrease in revenue and stipulating a specific number there. But I guess it is now a given fact that the post office has in the main had postal mail as its mainstay in business. But worldwide, mail centricity has diminished. But in the case of SAPO, in a rapidly digitizing world, SAPO has been behind the curve because of its, I guess, legacy business model, which is also the reason that the strategy of tomorrow strategy adopted has also been looking at that and trying to address it. And the second question from Honorable Sarupeng relates to the reserve postal areas. And the strategy again here accepts that the post office cannot start everything from scratch, for example, and digitize. It will have to partner. And in this respect, there are serious discussions with other operators in order to make sure that SAPO is not only competing in a vulnerable space, but has tied up with one or two other operators, including at some stage an exploration for an international operator. I will leave the one on the revenue stream and maybe revenue split between the post office and Post Bank. But a fact to register is that these two, the Post Bank and the Post Office, are joined at the hip, and there is an agreement prescribed for the joint use of infrastructure. And so that will continue to be the case. Obviously, a commercially viable arrangement and the terms will have to be looked at. And that discussion is ongoing with the Post Bank. Then Honorable Lenzana also asked about branch closures and their impact, and I will relate that to the question that will be looked at by the team, which is also related to an earlier question. And the one on retrenchments, again, there one could point out that the advice from Productivity SA is actually focusing us on how to best deal with this particular challenge. Again, the Post Office of Tomorrow strategy has foreseen that there will be a number, whether that number is 600 or significantly less, which is the preferred route out. It still remains to be seen, but the Post Office is sensitive to that particular issue and desires to handle it with the, as reasonably as possible. And then Honorable Kaisa also asked on why was it not clear from the beginning at this stage that there were no warning signs about this situation. Yes, there have been warning signs on it, which is the reason that early enough, even before the provisional liquidation, as one indicated earlier, in January of this year, the discussions commenced with Productivity SA in order to try as much as possible to avert it. And we welcome the sentiment from Honorable Kaiso that the Post Office has to be supported. It aligns also with a position taken by the Portfolio Committee, and most interestingly, maybe and tellingly, by SCOPA themselves, who about 2 years ago came to SAPO, initially perhaps with a very stern stance around the failures, but when everything else was explained and they were taken through the strategy, they pronounced that normally they don't enter the fray of supporting funding for institutions, but in this case, it is clearer than crystal that they needed to position themselves accordingly that way. And then the remaining questions, aside from those that have indicated, coming from the Honorable Chair, the reason for the decrease can also be elaborated on by the team, but one hopes that one is given a little bit of an indication around it. And again, the team will speak fluently around social grants and whether they have helped. Just one thing to register here is the fact that the dispensation towards SAPO changed significantly and adversely in terms of the commercial terms, as compared, for example, to the dispensation accorded to the previous and private service provider. And it has been a matter that has been, there has been various attempts to negotiate on it, but they will illustrate here by pre-funding and how it has eventually led to the situation. I'm just foregrounding it and pointing it out. And I will leave the asset register and property disposal ones and other cost containment measures will be indicated by the team, possibly as well as the Presidential Employment Initiative, if the minister has not indicated, or the department, on how SAPO is positioned in relation to that. I will then pause at that point and invite, with your permission, Chair, the CEO, to lead the team in negotiating through some of the questions. And thank you very much.
CEO, please come in. And let's make sure that CEO, we avoid repeating what has already been said.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Minister, and to the Honorable Chair and members of the committee, the Honorable Minister, as well as the DM, the Chair of the SAPO Board, as well as the ADG and my colleagues. Good afternoon. Chair, if with your indulgence, I'd like to switch off my video because I am in the middle of load shedding, and I think it would assist if I, my bandwidth, if I remove the video. The Chair has touched on a number of things. So as the Minister has given guidance, we will not repeat what the Chair has spoken on. But on the question on Honorable Tobias, the issue with SAPO is that there's a 70% salary bill and no business can actually survive that, especially in the light of what SAPO has been going through over the years, where we have seen a decline in revenue, particularly because of a number of areas, starting from the fact that SAPO, when it was designed those many years ago, it was designed for letter mail as a distributor of letter mail. And over the years, we've seen that there's been a sharp decline on that. But what we didn't do as SAPO was to pivot quick enough to make sure that we move with the times, we align with what is happening in the environment, and now we are paying for that. There was a question around reskilling. What you find at SAPO is a very loyal employee base, people who've worked for SAPO straight after school. Some of them have been with us for 40 years, 30 years, 20 years. Now, what then is the problem there is that you find that there's a lot of round pegs in square holes, because now the SAPO of tomorrow requires a certain type of skill, not so much sorters of mail and deliverers of mail, etc. Now you need someone who's got some kind of digitization skill, etc. So that is going to be a bit difficult for us to reskill the same people, but where we can, we are looking into that. Also, there was a question around why is it that we do not have a price analyst. I joined SAPO exactly 2 years ago now. What we have had in the past is that we just didn't have funds to appoint the right people. So there is an element of the requisite skills that we do not have. If I make an example, in the C-suite, only the CEO had a contract of employment for the longest time, maybe 1.5 years, purely because we just couldn't afford it. We've set up interviews, we've gone out, people have said we want to come and help SAPO, but then because we were waiting for funding that we had asked for and we didn't get it, so therefore we couldn't go ahead and appoint people. So we've had to deal with acting executives. Some of them are acting 2 positions above their level of normal acting. So that has to have an impact in what happens, at least now that we've resolved a little bit by an appointment of the new CFO, Ms. Fatima Ghani, who is with us on this call, as well as another executive in the HR space. But we still are requiring a whole lot of others that we could help with. The Honorable Matafa spoke about whether the 2.4 billion would be sufficient even before the provisional liquidation. The 2.4 billion was not sufficient for SAPO. However, we were very grateful because it would have catalyzed the implementation of the Post Office of Tomorrow strategy, which we are all very excited about. So it would have helped us in terms of that. But I think because of the new current situation now, we do have to review. So the short answer to that question is that it is not sufficient. However, we were going to make it work, but we will still do the same. What is important for SAPO is that, we do need to get government business, because we do believe that a SAPO of tomorrow can be self-sufficient. And the self-sufficiency comes from a number of areas. 1, government business. 2, if you look at the sub 1 kilogram package distribution, ICASA has by law determined that SAPO would be the only one that should be doing this. But over the last 20 some odd years, that has not happened. And there were new entrants who came in and started eating SAPO's lunch. And that's what we're trying to deal with at this point. But as the issues that we're dealing with, nothing it actually gets ruined overnight. There has to be a sustained, non-action or different focus, etc., which is where we find ourselves in. But we do believe that should we sort that out in terms of the 1 kilogram packet or anything less than 1 kilogram up to 1 kilogram, which by law is supposed to be done by SAPO, that's something that could help us. Because the reason this was done, it is understood that post offices, by their very nature, are not profit-making entities. And even in the SAPO example, only 20% of our post office branches have been profitable, meaning that the 80% has been carried by the others. But the department had come back onto the fray by assisting us in what we call the universal service obligation. So that part is funded, but in our view, it still is an unfunded mandate because we spend, the department gives us through National Treasury just over 519 million. And we know that at SAPO, we spend almost 100% of that, just over 900 million, just under $1 billion. So for us, that mandate does need to be funded because a mandate of the post office is to ensure that there is connectivity and access to all sorts of communities in the country, whether you are in the rural areas, a peri-urban area, or even, the urban areas. So those are the issues that we are grappling with in terms of saying, is this a funded mandate? So in essence, Chair, the post office has been subsidizing some of the services that it's been giving for government. In the last financial year, we closed 120 branches. 64 of those were forced closures because the landlords are saying, you have not been paying me for 3 or 4 years now, and I've had enough, you need to vacate my premises. So some of those were not voluntary closures. The remainder were because we looked at our strategy, because what we also were looking at was, how is this business structured? And what is it that we could do to make sure that the balance sheet of the post office comes down and make sure that we are able to, use it effectively to run as a business. So we also then started rationalizing. The committee might remember that some years ago, ICASA had a number that it says for every 10,000 citizens, you need to have a post office. And that is what then made sure that the post office went into malls in the country. Then you find a situation where you have 3 post offices within a 5 kilometer radius. 1, it's not a sustainable business. 2, it's important that you consolidate that. So the consolidation process started even before my time because I joined 2 years ago, but that consolidation process, which is the correct process, started before my time. So some of those that we've closed were because we're saying, if you don't go to post office A, we will close A and B, you can go to C. It's within the same radius. So that is the state of the country. However, Chair, we have also noticed that because we've closed, the closure of post offices has a direct correlation to what our revenue does. That's why there's also a decline in our revenue. Other than the fact that letter mail is no longer the main thing, the environment has changed, people communicate differently, but even us closing post offices is actually an issue, which is why, according to the Post Office of Tomorrow, what we want to do is we may end up with more, points of presence, which is what we call that, where you have a hybrid model, where you don't really need bricks and mortars everywhere with 8 or 10 or 20 people working in a branch, but at least you need to take the service where the people are. So that's why, according to the strategy, you will see us in every corner, whether it is a service station, whether it's a shop owner, wherever we are going to make sure that we we bring the service to the people. That's the new strategy. It will bring down the costs of running our business, but it will also not prejudice the people going forward. So our footprint will expand once we start implementing. The Honorable Sarupen spoke about how we only focus on the external factors. We actually have a very good slide that takes the demise of the post office from 2006, which was the last year where we actually had a profit. And it tells you exactly at which point what happened. I note that the minister had touched on some of those issues in his introductory remarks. There have been a number of decisions that we as the post office took, which now are not surprisingly affecting us negatively. So if you look at the environment, the advent of the digitization, the fact that there was the smartphone coming through, the minister highlighted the strike, which was a 5 to 6 month long strike, which actually is what broke the camel's back in the post office. We have not been able to recover from that. But then there was COVID, and then there were so many other things. But the common thread was that we did not pivot quick enough, which we should have. So yes, we are talking about the external factors, but we also acknowledge that there are internal factors that have affected our business. Over more than the 12 years that the Honorable Sarupen had said, it's actually much longer than that. And then in terms of then you find a process where he actually made an interesting point around if you don't deliver and you don't make sure that I have my parcel when I'm supposed to have it, why then would you cry and say government is not giving you business, the country is not giving you business? Then it becomes a bit of a, what we call a vicious cycle. If I don't have the tools of trade, I'm not able to deliver at the time I'm supposed to, and yet then it affects it. So we understand very well, we've actually analyzed where our problems are, whether internal factors, external factors, we know exactly what needs to be done. And I must say, in this current executive and board, what we've been focusing on is dealing with the problem at source. Because the temptation when you see an organization of this nature, where there are fires everywhere, you're fighting this fire, another one breaks out in that corner. And what we have done is to say, how best do we make sure that the foundation of the post office of tomorrow is stronger? And hence we are focusing on those issues going forward. So you will find, Chair, over the next little while, that the foundation of the post office is going to be stronger, and it's going to be easier for whoever runs the post office to move to the next level. Our view about the post bank, the Chair has mentioned it, but I just want to say this, that the symbiotic relationship between the post office and the post bank is a key one. And it actually is our, a very strong focus area that we should do as government. And we will make sure that both entities succeed. Because in countries where the post office also remains with the post bank, we've seen that they have actually survived. I mean, one example is one in Namibia. We know that in Namibia, the post bank is still an integral part, and their balance sheet is stronger for that. But in our case, we know what is happening, but it doesn't mean that we cannot feed off each other and assist each other. The Honorable Menzana was talking also about the post offices. I have responded to that question, but the question that the Honorable was asking was around saying, what then happens to those staff members who used to work in a post office branch that has since been closed? So in the past, what the post office used to do, in fact, until now, when a post office has been closed, we then kind of absorb the staff members and we redeploy them in a closer branch where they should be assisting us. I mean, but if you look at the LRA, the Labor Relations Act, those employees are redundant, so to speak. because basically their workplace is no longer there, their work is no longer available, but the post office has tended to keep those employees until now that we are looking at the Section 189 process. Currently, we have 11,858 employees countrywide, and we have 1,357 active points of presence. Points of presence means either they are post offices, they are agencies. Some of them will run them through a mom and pops, general dealer shop in the rural areas, and that will remain our strategy because we want to be able to ensure that all South Africans have access to the postal services. Honorable Kaiso asked an interesting question. He is asking, why is it only now that the committee is learning of the SAPO challenges? Were there no signs and symptoms? The signs and symptoms were there. We have flagged them even before my time. The previous CFO who came even before I joined SAPO, he had left a blueprint on the table and said, on this date, if nothing changes at SAPO, this organization would have reached ground zero. And when we looked at that, and when I came in and I looked at everything, we have 2 years later, Chair, we are still standing. And it's not because of anything, but because of the initiatives that we managed to introduce at SAPO. We were always waiting for funding. We did believe that the government would hear our cry, but we then said, don't wait and not do anything. You cannot just say, I'm waiting for funding, because otherwise, why are you here trying to run this business? Then Honorable Kaiso also raised a very interesting question, which is generally an acceptable question. The temptation when things are as they are at SAPO, the temptation to start to try and find or focus on the actual symptoms and not the cause. Who is responsible for this? Why did this get to this point, etc.? But if you look at the whole timeline of SAPO, for some of us, this is not surprising. It was going to happen if there was no intervention at the right time. So we understand that, people like us who've just got into the organization, inheriting it with its issues, we do have to take the responsibility of where it is right now, but also understanding that we were not part of the cause. If I'm talking about us coming in, the new board, there were boards before, there were bailouts before at SAPO, but we were not, able to get any of that ourselves, because in the last 4 years, there has been no bailout. So we have raised flags. We have indicated that the last profit SAPO had made was in 2006. And so we can trace back where we come from. But for us, this is not the most important thing, because history instructs. But what we're more focused on is, what do we do with this organization going forward? How do we take it forward? Because remember, SAPO does not exist in and of itself. It doesn't matter to SAPO that SAPO exists, but it exists for the communities, for the country, for the people who have no other options. If you look at the other, I've heard a lot of debate in the media, people saying, why doesn't government let the private sector do this? The private sector is not interested in bringing services to the downtrodden, to those people who do not have access. They will not do it because it's expensive. They will cherry pick those areas that they can do in the urban areas, etc. And the other people, which is the majority of this country, will not be able to get access to, postal services, communication, etc. So that is why the role of SAPO is critical, because otherwise you leave the bulk of the people behind. In terms of the last question from the chair, the Honorable Buthelezi, the revenue has been declining for a number of reasons, one of which is the change in the business environment. We have seen a sharp decline in the revenue volumes, and what we didn't do as SAPO was to marry the decline of revenue with the decline of costs. So we kept the same cost base. So many employees working for SAPO. When I joined SAPO, there were 15,600 people working for us. So through a process of voluntary severance packages, we said to them, if you wish to exit the situation or the organization, come talk to us, so we would be able to make it worth your while. So we have done that. And that's why we're looking at just under 12,000. The CFO will maybe talk to the budget deficits. The social grants issue, I'd like to talk about it. I mean, the question was direct. Has it helped financially? The biggest issue is that, firstly, the principle of the social grants being distributed via the post office or even the post bank is the correct one. So that we support. But what we had a problem with is the contracts that were signed. If you look at the detail and the small print, they were very detrimental to SAPO. Everyone else was making money on those contracts, but not SAPO. If you then add the COVID-19 350s, you had long queues coming to post office. People are worried that if I go to the post office, I'm going to actually contract COVID. So therefore, let me not go to the post office for my motor vehicle license renewal, for my all other lines that I used to do at the post office, where I wanted to pay my TV license, where I wanted to pay for my electricity bill. Let me rather skip the post office and therefore go elsewhere. That's when part of us trying to do the right thing then kind of backfired and affected the post office business negatively. So those were other issues that, we were not looking at. But secondly, especially on the 350 grants, the post office spends 30 Rand per transaction in distributing the grant. SASSA was paying the post office 15 Rand. So in plain English, SAPO had been subsidizing the government in getting that service done. So the principle is correct, but the contract was not correct. And something we were concerned about was that when this very contract of paying grants, now I'm not talking 350s, I'm talking general grants, was done by a private sector company. By the time it was given to the post office, we got it at R1 billion less than that company was doing. So there's been a whole lot of things that, even if you look at it in every way, this business was rigged to fail. So those are the issues that we have, Chair. The proper asset register, we do have a proper asset register. We have not been able to, put money or maintain our properties. We have a very healthy 2.4 billion rands worth of property portfolio at SAPO, but we're not deriving the value that we should have been deriving had we been doing the right things going forward. I mean, anyone in the property space would tell you that if, in all your property portfolios, you should at least derive 5%, value every month on that. We have not. Some of them are falling into disrepair, and so because we just simply didn't have enough funding to be able to do that. In terms of the sale of non-core assets, there was a list of properties, 114 of them, which were designed and designated as non-core to the business of SAPO, and therefore they would be up for sale. That decision was taken maybe 5 ministers ago, and it was just not implemented. So when we got into it, we said, let's have a look at what is there, what can we do to unlock value in this, and we started getting that process out. But because of this provisional liquidation, we've had to kind of stall a little bit, but at least we've started the implementation thereof. Cost containment initiatives. What we did was we looked at this business and we said, there are 2 things we need to do. While you want to contain the costs, you also want to make sure that revenue is generated in many other ways. So we then looked at, there was a lot of areas where, we were losing money unnecessarily. We were spending about 600 million Rand per annum on security. And that was, designed to assist with the funding and the financing of social grants. Because, when there's money in the branches, there will be...
CEO?
Yes, sir.
We don't have all the day for ourselves.
Okay, Chair, let me wrap up, Chair.
Okay, all right.
Let me wrap up, Minister. I want to say 2 things. There are a number of cost containment initiatives. We can send them in writing to the committee. that we have implemented. But I want to make this point that part of what we had was there's something called post-retirement medical aid, where only a handful of post or previous SAPO employees were benefiting from that. But if you look at our balance sheet, that is a 1.3 billion liability on the balance sheet. So we went in there, we said, let's strengthen our balance sheet. How can we do this? Then we approached these pensioners. We said to them, we want to buy you out. We'll give you a lump sum. You sort yourself out in terms of, medical aid. And if you do that, we shake hands on that. We give you the lump sum. We remove the liability from our books. So for us, it's been a very systematic way of cleaning up this balance sheet and making sure that the next post office of tomorrow is on a strong footing. Last point I want to make about this, Chair, is that we've seen an interesting uptake from this buyout from these employees, and therefore this should make us look a little bit better in terms of reducing the liability. However, if you look at SAPO in the last 11 years, you will find that SAPO has covered these very same employees, but just over 2,000 of them, to the tune of over 1 billion rand. So for us, it's about what is it that you focus on and make sure that you clean it up and get forward. So, Chair, we are very excited about the future of the post office. As soon as we get over this hurdle that we are dealing with now, we do believe that the post office of tomorrow will be a good one. Minister, I'm handing back to you. Thank you very much.
Done, CEO?
Yes, Minister, she said she's done.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Little bit, DM, 1 or 2 issues. Let's not copy these people in terms of time.
Thank you, Minister. Indeed, I'm not gonna waste a lot of time for the standing committee. A number of the questions that I needed to cover, Minister, has been eloquently covered by yourself as well as the colleagues in the department. And so let's save whatever is remaining time and hand over to yourself, Minister.
Thank you. Chair, you asked us a tough question. But before I go to that tough question,
Mr. Aram,
yes.
Let me add a few things so that as you conclude, you may touch on them.
Okay.
Right. One, there was a question about the optimality of the arrangement with CETA as far as.
I'm coming to that.
Okay. And then number 2, related to that, is the same thing. Public Works, I would ask you, are you owning the buildings that we are in? And again, the arrangement where you've got one department being a landlord for everybody is. Do you think that it's the best arrangement? Again, Minister, I think in all of the SOEs, one of the problems that you get is the instability at the top, where they are talking about the board, talking about the chairperson, they're talking about the CEO, the executives. Would you agree with us when you say that, and briefly just touches to how do you hope to deal with that problem? I heard the CEO, she kept on saying, when I did this, and I'm sure the chairperson will also be saying the same thing, so that we avoid that type of an arrangement. Lastly, which comes closer home to you, Minister, when we look at the budget that we approve here, we think that there are a lot of things that we can do, especially around helping the economy to grow. You were involved in your previous life with the Denato Prasa project, where it was just fields. Recently, the committee had an opportunity to visit that plant. Today, state-of-the-art trains are being produced there. Young people are being employed and so on. And as a result, we said, if you look at that thing, it's government using its procurement power to try and get some industries going in the country. You know that very well. And I would say, in fact, it would be a good thing if you were to take some of your colleagues even the department to that project that were involved even at the beginning. So I'm talking about the value of the government spend in trying to establish, resuscitate industries in the country. So I'm just saying that with all what we are doing in the department with your agencies, we would like to see such things coming up. That would be my last response. And as you close, Minister, you touch on what you can touch on. And then when you bring the meeting back to me, you'd have done with all those things.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just on the public works building and so on, I'll ask the DG to deal with that.
Minister, with regards to Honorable Chair, I'm assuming you're asking regarding the SAPO buildings, or if then you're asking about the total, if from a portfolio perspective, we will have to provide that submission to your office. With regards to SAPO, the total number of SAPO outlets or offices around the country is over 1,000.
Honorable members, please mute. Thank you. Sorry, DG, please come in.
Thank you, Chair. As I was saying, the total number of SAPO offices or outlets is over 1,120. However, the SAPO-owned offices amounts to about 643. In terms of the current financial, in fact, prior to the financial situation, we have implored as a department for SAPO to then move back to their owned offices or outlets, rather than for us then to spend on rentals. However, Chair, it is the state of those premises that has inhibited this particular move by SAPO. We were then hoping that some of the funding that we would receive will then go back to the refurbishment thereof. Honorable members, you will realize that this particular matter perhaps then being asked initially from the 2016 projection or injection that they received. The 2016, apologies, Chair. The 2016 funding that they received, there were conditions with regards to then the refurbishment. However, that funding actually went towards the settlement of debt, amongst other areas in terms of use. But the SAPO is working on a strategy then to refurbish those, looking in terms of partnership or collaborating with other government institutions for then to move back to the offices. And over and above that, as part of the SAPO of Tomorrow strategy, the intent is to build digital hubs. This is where then the facilities will also then be open to the general publics in terms of SMMEs as well as traders, for them to be able to utilize that particular platform to exchange goods and services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, DG. Thanks. Let me start, Chairperson, with the boards. I may not be able to give you a definite answer, but at face value, I'll tell you the challenge I'm coming across as I deal with the board being a minister here at national level. I would have worked with the boards differently when I was a mayor in a metro. I think the biggest challenge we're confronted, I don't want to say every department, is the respect of different roles. For whatever reasons, we work differently with boards. You would come across instances where appointments that are supposed to be made by boards sometimes get to be made by myself as a minister. And sometimes I allow a situation where a lot of issues that I'm supposed to get from the board on accountability I allow a situation there, I get them directly from the staff of the institution. That sort of practice, not only here, has been allowed, and I keep on picking it up, Chair, that it has made some boards to actually be laid back, or sometimes I call it my common word, to stand on the pavement of their work, of their road, of the journey they are supposed to be traversing. But where I have worked, where you allow board to do their work as prescribed, only demand results from them, boards do their work very fruitfully. I think it's a matter of clarifying those issues, the role relationship and so on. There could be other reasons, of course, if we appoint boards who do not qualify for the job, it becomes another issue. But having said that, it's an issue, given a chance, we would actually deal with it as a special matter. But for now, something tells me that if there's a clarity of roles between myself as a minister and the shareholder and boards, like in the PIC, when I was the chair of the PIC, the board of PIC commands a lot of respect. The shareholder hardly determine what should happen, but the shareholder demands results from the PIC. I think it's an issue of role clarity challenges and so on. There could be other issues which I've got a blind spot to. But it's a matter that I agree with you. It's got some questions that remain unanswered. But we of course will avoid painting everyone with the same with the same brush. The second issue, Chair, is that we are getting close to CETA. Even the president has asked for a diagnostic report on what are the challenges that are confronting CETA. The biggest question that we need to ask as we move forward, what is the primary role of CETA? Was CETA initially put together for procurement? Or was CETA an entity which is supposed to lead in digitization, both of the state and of the entire country, and even lead in strategies that are in that regard, lead digital transformation and so on? This is the question as a department we're getting closely, we're closely examining. But I guess, Chair, there might be easy answer to this question now that CETA has hired an MD who comes across as with a track record and quite brilliant young chap who seems to give an impression that he can go a long way to assist us to answer the question of repositioning CETA. There's been complaint on the procurement issue as far as CETA is concerned. That is why we are closely working on how to reposition CETA. So your concerns are actually founded. On the trade and the procurement, it's a very complex issue. You know, in Ekurhuleni, people don't know those things. What made Gibela to start working as a municipality, we took a leading role in actually ensuring that we eliminate all the obstacles, whether it's issues of land use, water use, and all those kind of things. Those are some of the things that sometimes we take for granted. When people say they are investing in South Africa, they are not investing in something called national. They are investing in a local area. Unless we prioritize that, I once proposed that the state of local government, when it comes to economic reform, should be added as an economic reform. Because the key materiality of their situation as far as investment is concerned is always actually taken for granted. Whether it's access road, whether it's state of the road, whether it's water, whether it's bills processing, whether it's response to complaints and all those kind of things, and so on and so on. So I'm deliberately making this context on Gibela. And of course, you are right, Chair, if I heard you properly. Gibela has actually demonstrated the state procurement approach that has actually been successful. Gibela now has produced the if I remember, if my figures are right, no less than 133 blue trains are on the road now. We never thought, we used to think that the passenger plight is going to take it many years to be resolved. But the issue of you are confronted with another challenge there, where you've got PRASA and Transnet, all of them owning particular portion of rail. And before COVID, the passenger train, I'm told, was doing okay in PE before COVID. But when COVID came and we got to level 5, and then criminals had an opportunity. Once the rail lines are not working, criminals have got opportunity to damage. Now, PRASA coming back, wanting to restore what is said to have been good work that they were doing. The rail they were using belongs to Transnet, and these are both state what to call institutions. I was informed that these are the challenges. I'm trying to say, Chair, there's a lot of hygienic factors that need to be attended to, both from dealing with the issues of procurement and how boards operate. Having said all that, Chair, thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Minister Ngubele, Deputy Minister Mapulane, DG, Chairperson of South African Post Offices, CEO, executives on the platform, everybody who's on the platform associated with the department. Thank you very much for the engagement. As you can see, we deliberately allowed you more time because it's an area which really we've got an interest in, and is an area as a board which said if we must move forward. It's your department has got a very, very critical role to play. Thank you very much, Minister, for the time that you have spent, and you have noted the issues which have been raised by the honorable members, and I'm sure you'll be attending to those things so that when we do meet again, we'll be able to say, we have made progress here, A, B, C, D. There are challenges here, but we've moved from where we were when we first interacted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Although you asked me a question, maybe we'll deal with the other day of the 4IR.
Yes. Please come in, as you are.
Maybe I will avoid trying to claim to be an expert, but I want to say the following.
Yeah.
4IR being a fourth industrial revolution stage, whatever we call it, would have evolved from other stages, as we know some of us. The nearly prehistoric stage of mechanization, steam power, weaving loom, all those things that are used to suture clothing and so on, which is first revolution, and going to the second revolution of mass production because of the different art and technology of organizing logistical production, which are organized in a manner that give you massive production, things like assembly line and coming in of electricity. Assembly line and electricity enabled you to do mass production. Third revolution being automation, where there's manipulation of electronics to actually put together computers and all other technologies that are related to that. The last one, being the one you've asked, it's got nothing to do with new technologies. All what it is about, experts would have defined it as a confluence of different different technologies. In other words, it's more about the seamlessness between the digital, physical, and the biological world. For instance, if you go to the toll-free on the road, that is exactly the typical presentation of 4IR there, because you've got human beings, you've got a car passing there, and then the physical world. Through the physical world, you connect with the car's presence, and everything else take care. You go to a human monitor, the heart monitor, or other machines that get put in human beings, connecting with the physical world. and actually giving you sensitivity of the environment within which I can go on. And all I'm saying, fourth industrial technology is a confluence of different technology. I like the way maybe this is the way to close it. The way the fourth industrial commission say, they say, fourth industrial revolution is a new epoch in social and economic life. Here are the words I like they use. There's why this epoch is driven by technological advancements. What are these technological advancements going to do? They broaden and deepen the connection between the biological, physical, and digital worlds in an unprecedented and unpredictable ways. So there's most in the fourth industrial technology is when technologies are working together, no more working in isolation. Their ability to work seamlessly gives the word fourth industrial revolution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think you closed it on the high note, and thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. We may excuse you, but if you want to remain on the platform, we are a transparent committee. You may remain, but we are all excused. Thank you very much. Let's go to agenda item number 4. The minutes of is adoption of the minutes of the 25th of April 2023. They were sent to us on time, honorable members. Can I have the mover for the adoption of those minutes?
Mlenzana moves.
Honorable Mlenzana moves for the adoption. Seconder.
Mare.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mare. Just a second. And then we have got the minutes of the, let me see, Darren, what's the date today? Is 30th.
Sorry, Chair.
It's
supposed to be 3 May, Chair.
It's 3 May, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The minutes of the 3rd of May 2023. Any mover for the adoption?
I'm from Memezi, move there.
Honorable Memezi moves, and
yes, sir.
And Honorable Tobias, are you seconding?
Yes, sir.
Honorable Tobias second. So the minutes of the 3rd of May are duly adopted as a true reflection of that meeting. That takes care of the agenda item on the adoption of minutes. Darren, do you have any announcements?
Chair, just a reminder about tomorrow's meeting with the Department of Water and Sanitation. It will start at 9 o'clock. The link will follow in the next half an hour. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me take this opportunity to thank the honorable members for engaging with the department. I see some honorable members are even writing they enjoyed the engagement and the responses. It's a reflection of the questions and your engagement. Thank you very much. And our support staff for the support that they are giving us and the notes they give us, highly appreciated. And everybody else, our communications from Parliament, allowing our people also to be part of these very important engagements. Thank you very much. This brings us to the end of the meeting, our members, and the meeting is adjourned.
Long live the chair.
Thank you, comrades.
Chair.
Thank you.